Says we're live. We're going to go with it. I think it is. I got to turn on my lights. Totally not ready. I'll be right back. One more light. Go. Make it a little brighter. Yeah. Okay. All right. We're live. Kind of, sort of. All right. So what I want to do today, this is the first episode of Vibin' with PageMotor. And the whole point of this little series is to show you guys how I cook with PageMotor. Specifically, I want to show you what you can do to vibe code with PageMotor. If you want to, develop custom solutions for websites, or if you just kind of want to get into vibe coding generally, what you find, like if you go to something like Cursor or Lovable or one of these popular vibe coding solutions, when you operate in that environment, you're kind of just starting totally from scratch. It's an infinite landscape. And you say, well, I want to build this thing. And when you build this thing with vibe coding, it can do tremendous stuff. You can build just about anything in one shot. But then you got a lot of questions. You got questions like, well, where am I going to run this thing? How am I going to run this thing? What if I want to make adjustments? What do I have to do? And then you start learning a lot more about your working environment. Like, oh, well, it's really going to be like this. And I see that I need all these other technical pieces. I need to learn how to do this. I need to learn how to do that. And a lot of studies are now coming out from, early returns on vibe coded apps and things like that. And 80% of these projects disappear when they meet their first milestone where they have to update. Like, oh, we have this. Now we want to tweak it to be this. We do the update and they end up failing and abandoning the project after that first update. 80% of them drop off. And the reason for that is very simple. There is a big difference between building a thing once with AI and building something you can actually use and maintain over time. And so one of my goals with this Vibing with PageMotor series is to show you how you can build stuff that is maintainable and stuff that is really going to work and that you're actually going to be able to play with over time and improve. And the key insight here is that PageMotor it's software that AI is going to use to build websites. AI is already using it to build websites. And it's got a whole lot of guardrails. It has highways and pipelines that are built that are ready for the AIs to use. And it is a framework, a very well-defined framework that the AIs can look at, the rules of the framework, so to speak, and operate within that and produce results that are going to be very consistent and they're going to be very maintainable. So this is really the key. I call this framework vibe coding. So that's what we're going to be doing with PageMotor. And to kick this off, I want to vibe code live for you guys using Claude Code, that'll be another sort of thing that we illustrate here. But I'm going to build the e-commerce plugin that's going to become the first official add-on for PageMotor. So PageMotor is the core software. You can think of it sort of like WordPress. Like this is the main piece that you need, and then we're going to have other pieces that we add on over time that have different functions and serve different purposes. But the biggest piece, the one I think is the most important, is the e-commerce plugin component, and that's what we're going to build live today. And I can't wait to get started here and show you what this is all about. So let's see. Let's see here. I'm going to. I wonder if I'll try to show you my desktop. It'll be a little cryptic here in the beginning, but once we get rolling, we'll be good to go. So here we go. We're going to share the entire screen. And guys, don't forget, there's a chat here running. So if you're watching live, feel free to drop whatever you want in the chat. We can, I'll answer your questions. And I'm also going to show you some other stuff later as we get into this whole vibe coding thing. But for now, the first thing I want to show you is how I get started with my Claude Code environment. Now, I've already installed it. You have to go through that process. It's a little thing. I think the best way to get started with that is to go to Claude.ai and just use the prompt and say, hey, I want to install Claude Code. Help me out here. What do I need to do? It'll walk you through that process. It's pretty easy. But one of the things I've already learned that is pretty cool is that, so Claude Code works in something called the terminal that runs on your machine. Historically, the terminal is really techy. It's like only the big time tech nerds, computer geeks are going to be messing with the terminal. I never really have operated that way and never really been a fan. But that is how Claude Code works. So you're going to need to use the terminal. And I actually have found it really delightful. This has like opened up the terminal for me. This is the way it always should have worked. And Claude Code makes it actually fun. So what I have done is I have set up, when you go through the Claude Code setup, it'll tell you like, oh, you should probably set up a specialized folder location on your machine where you want to run Claude Code. It's like a quarantined environment, and then you can kind of operate from there. You can run it anywhere on your machine, but I have gone ahead and set up a projects folder and then a PageMotor folder, and I've got instructions, a Claude.md file, and also a memory.md file for Claude that it uses to learn. Like I've taught it a bunch of stuff. I said, hey, I want you to, know this. If we're operating, if we're building for PageMotor, you need to know all these things. And then as you become a power user, you start to build something called skills. Skills are instructions that tell the AI, hey, if we want to do this, here's how we do it. And usually it's, a procedural thing. There's like a bunch of steps that it needs to follow, rules it needs to know, that kind of thing. The better your rules are, which is really like the documentation for your entire system, the better the outcomes that you're going to get when you run these skills, when you have Claude execute these skills. The bigger picture takeaway here is that every process you undertake from here on out, you need to be thinking of it in terms of documentation and skills. So like, here's the procedure I'm following. If I give this procedural rule book to an AI, can it execute the task I'm trying to execute? That's the goal. That's kind of the basic thing that we're trying to do always, whether it's with code, whether it's with, executive functions within a business, anything like that, anything that can be broken down into a procedure, we're eventually going to have AIs doing it. And this combination of documentation and skills, and then the execution of those is really the whole formula. It's the secret sauce of this whole thing. So first thing you can do that I learned recently is that you can go in, if you're in a Mac, you can navigate to any folder you want on your machine. You can right click on it, and there's a little action here. It says new terminal at folder. This is really cool. This will open up the terminal, and it will already be pointing at this directory. So I've done that on my PageMotor project. And what I'm going to say here is just Claude. Once you've installed Claude Code, you can say Claude, and it is going to activate Claude Code, an instance of Claude Code within this directory. So here we go. It's firing up now, and it is live. So now we've got Claude Code running here. And like I said, today we're going to, I guess I can hide this. Well, I'll keep the studio over here to the side. It's a little annoying. I think it's maybe slowing down the video. So Olga asked real quick, she says, will I put my PageMotor converter skill into the folder on the desktop for Claude to use? You should put your PageMotor converter skill in the project directory that you're working in. You can put it somewhere else and actually point to it, I guess. You could say, hey, it's over here. It would probably work out just fine. I like to have everything in one place. I've not actually put any skills into my Claude Code yet. So that's something, maybe we'll do that during the show here, because the first thing I'm going to do to get started is to put together a skill. So maybe we'll do that here. I only have skills installed on like Claude.ai, like if I go here, like to the prompt window, like in my account here, I've got skills installed in this. I don't even know if Claude Code can look at those skills. Like I don't know. So, we're all kind of a lot of discovery here. Everyone's in on the gig right now. So let's just find out how this is going to work. So I'm in my PageMotor working directory, and remember, the goal today is to build an e-commerce plugin. So the first thing I'm going to do is say, I'm going to tell what we're doing. Let's say our project for today is to build an e-commerce plugin for PageMotor. And so this is a prompt, okay, here in the terminal. And whenever you're prompting, you want to be very specific. You want to be as clear and as precise as you can be. And when you're running Claude Code, generally you're gonna show it some files. Like I've got my PageMotor directory here in the claude.md file that tells it like, okay, here's what we're doing. It says, hey, look for all the PageMotor files in this directory. I've got it, stored elsewhere on my machine. And it knows that, hey, if I need to answer a question, I'll go look at those files. And generally, when it's trying to do some task, it will look at all the PageMotor files. Well, I know that's inherently inefficient because your video is lagging a bit on it's because of this studio. I need to kill the studio probably. I'll close some stuff and we'll see if things get any faster. So anyway, I got that. Yeah, it's super slow. Hopefully it'll get a little faster. I killed some things. But when Claude Code goes to look at the PageMotor files, it's generally going to look at everything. That is inherently inefficient. So if I'm going to have it look at something, ideally, I want to tell it exactly where to look. That way, it's only going to look in a certain subsection of all the code, and it's going to take less tokens, it's going to be faster, and it's actually going to go to the right place. It's not going to hallucinate because it's going to get exactly the information it needs to answer my question. So anytime this goes beyond just PageMotor, but it's like if you're building with Claude Code and you can tell it exactly where to look, so it doesn't have to look outside of that, you're going to get tighter answers. You always want to be thinking in terms of like giving it exactly what it needs and not leaving this like infinite open context for it to sort of figure out stuff and reason on its own. So anyway, our project for today is to build an e-commerce plugin for PageMotor. This plugin should allow users to create products. And I'm going to put in parentheses, probably as a content type within PageMotor. And it should allow users to accept payments from Stripe and PayPal. This will be integrated with PageMotor's existing user management capabilities. So users / customers can log into the website and get whatever it is they've purchased. Even if this is just access to protected pages on the website. On the admin side, we want transaction records and subscription capabilities. And the website owner needs to be able to manage this stuff. Let's see here. What else do we need? trying to think of, it's good since this is the initial prompt. We want to, give it a really nice high level overview that is specific enough that we, get sort of towards the outcome we want. Now, we're not going to one shot this thing perfectly, but what we're trying to do is to set up an initial landscape, like a ball of clay, that we're going to then be able to mold into this beautiful statue that we want here in just a little bit. So Olga is the prompting expert here. She says do a reverse prompt maybe. Some existing solutions you can look at for what functionality needs to be included are MemberPress for WordPress, and also maybe easy digital downloads for things like license keys. All right. And so since we'll be building a PageMotor plugin, if I could type, you should start by looking at the documentation for this process. You can find it at, and I'm going to give it the address where PageMotor is currently stored on my machine. It's on desktop/PageMotor/library/docs. And the file you should start with is called, I believe it's, going to look here, I think it's plugins.md, called plugins.md. If you follow all the file references in that document, you should encounter everything you need to create this plugin properly on the first try. Let's go to a little more detail. I would like for checkout forms and functionality to be integrated right out of the gate. So this means the plugin will need to be instanceable as a box. To be a box type. Now, this is something endemic to PageMotor. If a plugin that has HTML output is called a box within the PageMotor parlance. Not all plugins have to be boxes, so a plugin has to specifically say, "Hey, I'm a box." That means it can be output in templates. I'll show you some of that stuff in a little bit. But I want to kind of define the major points of this so it gets that right, on the first pass, and then we'll go from there. All right, so we got some audience here. So Ken says, let's, okay. So with this information in mind, please interview me about what functionality should be in there, how it should work. And how it should work. Should have prepared prompts a little bit better. And as I provide answers, please critique my responses for failure points, logical inconsistencies, or outright mistakes. Be specific, direct, and technically and then I want to say in your execution, take great care to follow established patterns in PageMotor. for output, use of valet methods. Valet methods are something else in PageMotor that are really powerful. We'll see those plugins use these to do things in a consistent way. Use of valet methods, etc. And then let's see. All right, well, I'll just add this to identify unclear and wording, structural problems, missing context, or likely objections. That looks pretty good. All right, so that looks like a pretty good place to start. And then so I'll say, okay, let's get started with the functional interview. All right, there we go. So now we're cooking. And we're off. So that's the thing with vibe coding. What I'm learning is that what we are mostly doing is planning. This is really the key insight for vibe coding. You are thinking about things up front in a way that you probably would not do previously. We kind of think, okay, I kind of want this outcome, and then we start building, and then we kind of refine as we go. With vibe coding, you're going to do a lot more of that front-end loaded planning process, but it's actually really good because it clarifies what you're doing and how you're going to execute. And then once you do this a few times, you're going to really have a high degree of familiarity with that process, and you're going to become more comfortable with this kind of thing. And you really begin to see how powerful it is. And if you are operating within a well-defined framework, you can do this level of planning and execution in a way that's just not possible in any other environment. So it becomes sort of like, oh, I want to operate like this, even though it's front-end loaded, requires me to think up front. You realize you can get to where you want to go in a very efficient way. So it becomes a lot more about planning. And then we'll see as we start to get results that I'm not going to just let it rip, so to speak. So I've watched some other interviews and people be like, well, I don't even look at the code that gets output. I'm not that way. We are going to actually examine the code and make sure it is adhering to established PageMotor patterns, because I want to make sure results are very tight and we're not getting any hallucinations at all. Because if you get hallucinations early in the process, it's going to compound as you refine the software and make it, add more functionality or whatever. So we want to make sure at each step we're not veering outside the guardrails at all. All right, so this says, I read the documents. Let me look at the valet methods and find some stuff about plugins so I know what to do. I got it all. All right, it's going to go through the interview. Domain number 1, it's like the domains. It's broken it down to like, here's the domains for the plugin, the areas of how it needs to operate. Number 1 is products. It's going to register a new content type called product. Products live in the PageMotor content database. This seems like the right call. So question number 1, what fields does a product have? This is a great question. I probably should have thought about this. He says, at a minimum, I'd expect title, description, price, and some kind of type indicator. One-time purchase versus subscription. I like that. So we'll do 1A. I'll kind of organize this as it organize the questions. I say product should have a title, description, price, and a price type, one time versus subscription. What else should they have? In the future, we may want to add a license key of products, but we can leave this out for now. Keep this in mind as we consider the data model, though. But the way this is built, that can always be added on later. Let's see what the audience hasn't said anything about that. So trying to think of just some basic stuff. We could also maybe have a product image. that can be used to represent the product everywhere that it's presented within the software for automated displays. All right, so we'll go down to question 1B. Multiple prices or pricing tiers per product. Let's go ahead and spec that in. Let's spec in the pricing tiers, but not multiple. And also multiple prices, such as yearly versus monthly, with annual being a lower price. So people like that, it'll be $20 a month if you pay by the month, but $17 a month if you pay for, in one annual chunk. We'll go ahead and do that. And then, whoops, I went ahead and did that. So I told it to wait so we can finish answering. What is the deliverable? So we got some updates here. When doing interview prompting, I have a Claude chat window open and paste the question asked by Claude code into it. That's pretty good. Maybe we'll try to do that. That's actually really nice. If I could type Claude, it would be handy. All right, I'm building an e-commerce plugin for PageMotor, going through an interview. Here are some questions about the product spec. Let's see. What is the deliverable? All right, let's see. We'll let that cook too. So yeah, let's think about here. What is the deliverable? This is an info product, ecom plugin, at least initially. People get membership so they can access downloads or areas, protected areas of the website. They may get PDFs, software downloads, etc. They may get access to private forums, stuff along these lines. And then we'll see what. Oh, so Claude now is asking me questions. What deliverables are in scope? Protected page access, downloadable files, license keys. We'll put it in there. User role change. We're going to leave that out for now. I can deal with that later. I've got PageMotor has an access system built into the user management system. So like everyone's a user, but you could have this level of access versus that level of access. Not ready to deal with that at this time. Is user auth system already built? It's built. And all right, apparently that's all it needed. I can use a voice app. Yeah. I like the typing, because I kind of, I reason my way through things and actually get it cleaned up versus my talking tends to go all over the place. All right, so it says, here's a scope. Okay, so protected page access could be time limited or one-time unlock, depending on how the product is sold. One-time payment versus subscription. It's saying that significantly affects the data model. It's true. But again, we're looking for a very rough V1 here. We don't have to nail everything. Okay, so it says looks good. One flag, license key subscriptions, and edge case. Are license keys always one-time purchases? License key provision is there, but we don't need to figure out the details for now. All right, let's see. So I'm going to paste this in, and then we're going to go to 1D. 1D says free products. This is $0 product valid. 1D, yes, free products are also valid. At a glance, I don't think they should be triggered by a $0 price point. There should be a larger provision for free trials, free access, etc. And I think that should be conveyed or specified differently within the software. Maybe a special content option or distinction within the plugin. Just something different. I never liked when you're using an ecom plugin and you say that it's a $0 price point and that kind of makes it behave differently. I think that's a little bit weird. I think you want to specifically say, hey, this is going to be a free level of access. Here's what you get. And that's going to be integrated into the website differently. Like, I feel like there's some downstream logical stuff that falls out from that. And I would like it to be more clear and direct, and like consciously specified than something like just a $0 price. So let's see. So here's the V1 deliverable. We're gonna do this, go up here, paste. All right, and now what is after 1D? So free products. Now it says several things to address before moving on. The price field just broke. In 1A, you described a single price field on the product. In 1B, you added multiple prices, monthly and annual, and pricing tiers. These are incompatible. A single price field can't hold multiple price points with different billing cycles. The data model needs to change. The right structure, price becomes a prices array stored as a content option. It's JSON data. Yeah. So this is good. So it's basically saying this is refinement you would go through as a developer. Yeah, you have a price in the database in the database table, and then you realize, oh, well, if I'm going to have multiple price points, I can't just have a single price field, or I could, but the data that goes in there isn't just like $49 or something like that. The data is actually an array that says this is a one-time price. Here's the price, or this is a subscription. The monthly price is this. The annual price is this. That kind of thing. So there's more data that needs to be there. So this is really an array and not just a basic, not just like a single price point. So great pushback on the price. Yes, this should be a JSON array specifying pricing data more precisely. And now what else does it say here? Pricing tiers can mean two different things, and they have different implementations. Option A, a single product has multiple purchasable price points. These are billing variants of one product. Option B is a product comes in named tiers, basic, pro, and enterprise, each with different access levels or deliverables. These are functionally different products that happen to be related. Regarding pricing variants or name tiers, I would like to accommodate all of these if possible. The UI to choose how this pricing is conveyed needs to be clear and uncluttered. I don't want users to have to fish through and consider all of this information at once. Each pricing decision should reveal more of the UI that's relevant to the chosen path. I just want to make sure that the results are uncluttered. You know, like the pricing thing can get really complicated. You could have like a billion things to select, and that's really annoying. I want it to be like, okay, if you selected this, then now these options are going to appear and those are going to be relevant to you. I want to make sure it's doing that up front because it's just important to me that we don't dump a bunch of options on people because then the product looks complicated and people don't like that. They don't want to have to make decisions about like, oh, look at all these things I'm going to have to make a decision on. That is just too much psychological load. We're going to avoid that up front. The system needs to know what tier they're on. Yeah. Access tiers are separate products. Access tiers being separate products makes sense to me. That's probably the best and most organized, the best and simplest way. It's the simplest way to organize. So variants live within one product, but tiers are different products. And that's good clarity on that. So like Basic, Pro, Enterprise are different products. If you think about Claude has like the free tier, the I guess Pro, and then like the Max. Those are fundamentally different products. You're getting different things. You're getting different levels of access. Those are different products. But billing variants, I paid $20 a month, or I can pay $17. Effectively $17 a month, but I pay them one annual thing. That's just a pricing variant. That makes sense. So that's a good distinction. Great job with the interview suggestion there because that got us some clarity up front that would have taken a little bit of time to work through. And actually, so another point, if we went ahead and had a really rough V1 without this interview, what we'd be doing is we'd be iterating on this once we realize, oh, this is what really needs to happen. When you engage in two things, refactoring and debugging with vibe coding, that's when you start burning through massive tokens. I want to point out, I am on the $20 a month Claude plan right now, sort of as a proof of concept, and also because I've only bumped into my limits once in 2 weeks. But that's because I engage in planning and I don't do a lot of refactoring through Claude Code. But I also try to limit the amount of refactoring I'm going to have to do with a lot of this upfront planning. What I noticed is when I ran into a situation where I had to do some refactoring and troubleshooting, I ate through my limits really quickly because it was searching everywhere for answers. It was fishing at, like maybe this will work, maybe this won't work. I kept trying things, they weren't working, and I burnt through my limit in a hurry. And crucially, I got no results during that time because we were fishing for answers. The answers I was getting and trying and testing out weren't working. And so now to me, it's like a skill issue thing, right? If you're bumping into your limits, it's a skill issue. Your context has been too wide, so it's eating up a bunch of tokens, and you don't have enough direction. You don't really know what the problem is, and you're just, fishing for solutions, and that is costly and ineffective. So there is a lot of benefits now and downstream and in total usage for really trying to narrow the scope and get it right up front. Like you really want to plan. I see it as a chess match. You want to plan as many moves ahead as you can because that's going to limit the amount, like the troubleshooting and the refactoring. That is the pain portion of our program. I like to avoid the pain. The whole point of this exercise and vibe coding in general is to avoid the pain. And if you follow vibe coding at all, if you've been looking at this stuff over the last few weeks, you find out that the pain that people experience and the usage problems all come from refactoring and troubleshooting. A lot of people say that about 50% of their time of vibe coding actually ends up being troubleshooting. And I get it after having walked that path last week. Last Thursday and Friday in particular just sucked because I had a new system in PageMotor and I was incorporating a new SCSS compiler. And since that wasn't my software that I was incorporating, I didn't really know it had some downstream effects on existing stuff and it kept breaking, and figuring that out was a pain in the butt. It sucked. But that was something I couldn't plan as well as I could plan this. Anyhow, so it's asking about the product image for automated displays. The product image is something that can be used in template output. And it's just a handy way of outputting the product name and an associated image as requested. Maybe the plugin can include a shortcode for outputting a card for the product on demand, and it can use the image at that time. And I'll put in parentheses here, I would like for card-based product output to be a function of the plugin. This way, people can include their products in a nicely formatted way wherever they want. Inside any piece of content. I don't really need to specify that right now, but hopefully that's enough info for the interview here. And now some follow-up questions. It says confirming billing variance equals same product, different price entries. 1B-I confirmed. Variants are the same product. Tiers are different products. Just want to reiterate that. AIs love certainty, so if you can give them certainty, that will help the execution and the follow-up. 1B2, for billing variants, when a user reaches the checkout box, how do they select which price to pay? A drop-down, a radio button? For most variants, I would think it's just a switch or radio button. I commonly see swiper switches, left, right, to toggle monthly versus annual. He doesn't need to go too crazy about that yet. Hopefully that's enough information for it there. All right, that's good. That's good. Let me check the notes here. Let's see, Ken's going off over here. Oh, yeah. Using Opus to do the interview. I mean, that's really good. No, that's really good, yeah. Yeah, I mean, my process here stinks. I'm going to tell you that right now. But the general overlay, though, about the planning phase and very specifics, getting into specifics before we get into execution, that is all very good stuff. Doesn't matter how you're doing it. But yes, this is a growth vector you're going to be seeing is improvement in the interview process to build products. This is absolutely crucial. You could feed like a skill that performs the interview. You could just give that to anybody. Like if you're going to build a PageMotor plugin and it runs you through the skill, like, well, do you want this? Do you want that? You answer all these questions. It's going to have a really good idea about how to execute. So this is only the second or third time we're running any sort of compute at all so far. And so it might seem like, well, we're not getting any results yet. This is not that fun. Again, we're doing the front end loaded work. And when we do get results, it's going to be very substantial stuff for us to look at, which is going to be great. We'll be able to critique, first of all, we'll see what works. And then we will be able to critique the functionality and the way it's all been integrated into the final result. And that'll be really nice. All right. It's got a critique. It says subscriptions are both out of scope and in scope. Let's resolve this. In 1C, you said subscriptions are out of scope for V1. You know what? I copy and pasted that from Claude. Subscriptions, helpful if you type correctly, are not out of scope for V1. They are essential. That was my mistake. And I would like subscription management features. This is critical to a serious ecom plugin. Let's see. It changes, how it needs to use the API. So we're definitely going to do that. Free trials are a subscription feature. Agree that free trials are a subscription feature. Let's make sure this is all accommodated. Okay. So yeah, that's good. Protected page access, which direction? Now, I actually don't have any good answers for this right now, but let's see what it says. So for product centric, the product lists which content IDs it grants access to. Access check at page loaders. User have purchase that includes this page ID. Boy, I don't love that. For protected access, it would be best if the plugin could somehow generate content types on the fly based on products. I'll explain this. Let's say there's a product called Info, and it's a subscription. After the Info product exists, the plugin should create the Info content type, and any content created under that type will be protected automatically by a subscription to the Info product. So what I'm doing here, so what I've said is that with PageMotor, you can have different content types. So like the base one is page. Okay, everyone can see pages. Those are just a root part of your website. Products are going to be another content type that's endemic to this plugin. What I have said is that it would be nice if when you create a product and you want it to have protected access, so like I called this product Info. So I got this Info product and I want this to have some pages that are protected. Well, I would like the system to go ahead and create another content type called Info. And that way any pages I create under the Info product type, the Info type, will automatically be protected by having a subscription or having purchased the Info product. So to recap, a product, or when creating a product, the user must be able to specify whether or not this product should spawn a protected content type. Hopefully that's enough info for this thing to figure it out. All right, now we go on to, well, it has another question. Page centric, each page has a content option saying requires product X. I don't like the page centric approach, but here's what I really don't like. I don't want to have to go into every piece of content and specify whether or not it should be protected. Should be protected, or what products get access to it. That seems more inefficient than what I've described above. And I think that's true. And what I just described has not been possible in WordPress. I've never seen an e-com product work this way. Actually, I guess it theoretically could be possible there. But to me, that just seems like a better answer straight up front. Like, you created a product. The existence of this product also necessitates the existence of an associated content type that we know is going to be protected. And then it should all just work. I'm never going to have to go in and specify, oh, protect this page. Oh, don't protect this page. Like, I hate that. I hate anything like that. I call those manual touch points. I want to eliminate manual touch points like that wherever I can. Those are just a pain in the butt. I'm sick of operating that way. If we can nuke them, we're going to do it. Now, this says download file storage and association. You haven't specified this. Secure expiring download links require a file stored somewhere on the server. 2 questions. Okay, great. Secure download files will live in their own folder. PageMotor already has a basic provision for this using the user, user content folder. Each type, it's a user content uploads folder. That's what it is. Uploads. Each upload type is supposed to specify its own folder. Right now, PageMotor has the Open Graph upload type specified at OG within the uploads folder. I think products will need to behave similarly. And what I just described is only available in PageMotor 0.7 beta, which nobody has yet except for me. But I'll be talking more about that in a little bit. So again, here we go. So it's got to have a place for download files. This means the files will be hosted on the local server, but we will need a way to protect these files and folders from the that are spawned by products. Okay, so we want to protect the files that we upload to the server. We don't want people like intuiting the uploads location where they're going to be and just being able to get access to those files. So we got to have a way to protect them, and we also want to have a place for them. And the interview actually already assumed the right location, or very close to the right location. It said user content /uploads/downloads, but I don't want it to be downloads. I don't like that as one thing. Each product can spawn its own folder. So maybe each product also needs a way to specify a, let's take it farther. Let's use products as the folder inside the uploads folder. I don't really like downloads. To me, it's associated with easy digital downloads. I just want to eliminate that potential association. It goes with products. Products is what we're dealing with here. That's the e-com. That makes sense to me. All right, so delivery via email or order page. Does this plugin send email? The plugin will need to send email for receipts and invoices and the like, but PageMotor does not currently have an SMTP setup. But Ken here in the chat has an answer for that, and I will be integrating that into PageMotor at some point in the next few weeks. We need to provision for this now, but we will not be able to actually execute on the email side just yet. All right, that's fine. We want that in there, though. I want it provisioned. Product card with buy button. What happens when clicked? Clicking the product card should probably take you to a main product page. This is potentially something that can be specified in the product itself. There are a couple ways we could do this. One, each product could trigger its own content type, and that would give it a template within the current theme. users could then, they could design that template however they want, and even using AI to do so. But this is the tougher, less automated approach. Alternatively, the product content type could have a content field like the page content type, and users could use the WYSIWYG editor to create the page for this product. Or they could also use the product shortcode if desired. That's tricky. There's some stuff there to think about, some modalities that we don't really have a good handle on yet. That's okay. The shortcode, you just open a modal. I think it needs, so bottom line, within the product itself, maybe the owner can specify a URL that the product card will link to. As a default, it can link to the product page itself from the product content type. And that means the product content type should have a URL endpoint. And maybe this behavior could be configurable in the plugin settings. I don't know, just spitballing here, thinking about different ways you can set it up. You can set it up so that you create a product, but there's no actual page for that product. Maybe you're going to do a specialized template. If you're going to do that, you wouldn't need the product pages, probably wouldn't want them. They'd be redundant. They'd just be adding noise to your SEO footprint. So I'm just thinking maybe, if you wanted to operate differently, you could do that and turn off the default functionality. That's what I'm thinking. It's not a big deal for now. All right, so we're going to go ahead and answer that. So again, we're still ripping through this, just trying to make some decisions up front that are hopefully getting us honed in on the right direction that we want to take. So email says, I'm selling physical products. So here's the deal. Great question. Right now, this is phase 1 of ecom for PageMotor. No physical inventory at this time. However, it's going to be layered on in the future. I don't know that I'm going to be the guy to do that. Ecom with physical inventory is a whole different can of worms. You get into taxes, you get into inventory tracking, inventory management. You start to have all sorts of other questions. To do that right, you need a unified inventory system. Right now, a lot of people do that all through Shopify, and Shopify has some tentacles in terms of plugins that go out into your company's general intelligence. So, it keeps track of stock and inventory across, you've got retail stores, you've got Shopify, inventory management across those channels is a big deal. There is a lot there. I see info products versus retail products, or physical inventory, as a massive divide, like Grand Canyon between the two. So for now, we're going to focus on info products. That is much simpler. Retail products, a whole different ballgame. That's why Shopify exists and is such a huge player. There's just a lot there that's different. So I'm not saying no to that at all. PageMotor will be able to accommodate that better than anything else that exists. But I am not really the guy to do that, at least not for now. I'm sure we can go through this stuff with AI, and maybe that will be layered on later. Based on my experience recently, maybe that'll happen faster than we think. Right now, it looks like a very big challenge, but I also undertook a bunch of stuff in the last 2 weeks that's been looking like a very big challenge for like a decade for me. And so I was able to overcome that very quickly. So I think the same is going to be true for retail, but that is down the road. But great question. All right, so this thing cooked. It's come back with some more. It says, we got a lot here. What's clean? The pricing all looking good, all in scope. The downloads being, being positioned where they are. That's good. I made a typo, shocker. SMTP provision with no live execution yet. That's clean. That's good. We can just add that in later. Product content type with the WYSIWYG content field plus a URL endpoint. It says that's the right call. It doesn't like each product spawning its own template, creating unimaginable or unmanageable clutter. It doesn't realize that some of the other suggestions I made is going to lead to that outcome anyway. Doesn't matter. We can deal with that later. The dynamic content type spawning is architecturally non-trivial. You need to understand the problem before committing to it. This is good. This is I think the most fascinating thing that's come up so far. Is this dynamic content type spawning? Never thought about this. Never thought about doing this, but to me, that's the idea that's stuck out from this so far. It says PageMotor's content types valet method returns a static array at activation time. Content types are registered once when the plugin loads. What you're describing requires the plugin to dynamically build this content types array by querying the DB for existing products during initialization, not at code write time. It's doable. The plugin's constructor method fires before the theme renders, which means it can query the DB, read all the products, and add each one to the registry. But it has 3 downstream consequences you need a defined answer for. Number 1, naming collisions. Content IDs are globally unique in PageMotor. Okay, all right. Regarding dynamic content. So we're going to say to avoid naming conflicts, each dynamically spawned content type from this plugin must be prefixed by the plugin class name. That will ensure there's never a conflict. This associates the content types with the plugin and avoids conflicts. Win-win. Okay. Now it says product deletion cascade. Oh, with that said, URL slugs must always be clean and simple. No class names. All right. So consequence 2, product deletion cascade. If a product is deleted and it's spawned a content type, what happens? Product deletion should not destroy the content type by default, but maybe we can offer an option for that if the owner so desires. We can orphan the content. It would happen. Types become unregistered. It's a broken state. It's not really a broken state. It wouldn't matter. Soft delete. Mark the product as trash. Keep the content type registered and content accessible until explicitly purged. Maybe the soft delete already achieves this. Let's see. Consequence 3. The product page and protected content type are completely different things. You need to hold this distinction clearly. The product page, it's a type product. It's publicly accessible. It's a marketing or sales page. This is where the product card links. Anyone can visit it. It has the checkout box. The spawned content type pages are gated member content. These are what get unlocked after purchase. Nobody sees them without a valid subscription or purchase. These must not be confused in the data model or the UI. A product is both a sales object and an access grant, but its own page is public. Only the content it spawns is private. Is that your intent? Yes, absolutely. Regarding the spawned, good Lord, content, you said it perfectly. Any content types spawned by the product are private. That's good. I like that it wants clarification there because this is an exploratory item, so it's great that it's pushing back on this. This is fantastic. One more question before domain 2. When an owner uploads a downloadable file, a PDF, zip, something else, where does that happen? The uh, the downloadables need to be uploaded on the product page via content options. The Open Graph plugin already has an example of this. We will do something similar with the product plugin. I don't even know what it's going to be called. We'll call it that for now. This matters because the content editor and upload system are two different mechanisms. I need to know which service this belongs to. They're kind of married now. It makes sense to have everything pertinent to a product all on one UI for management. This is the main purpose of the product content type. All right, let's let it rip. I think we're getting kind of close to building here. Ken's had a couple more comments. Let's see. Emil says he likes what we're doing. I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, man, I want to accommodate everything, and it's going to happen. I just don't know the time frame in which some of these things will happen. But the way things are moving, if the architecture is right and the AI can do the building, which I know that PageMotor is very close in a lot of these areas, these things are inevitable outcomes. Like, it's going to happen. Yeah, Ken says it feels like a matter of when, not if. That's exactly right. Ken asks, do you see e-commerce and PageMotor evolving as one core plugin or as a composable modules built on the existing primitives? The latter. Okay, so PageMotor 0.7 beta now has what is called a required plugin dependency system. What this means is you can now have a suite of plugins that rely on one base architecture. So you have the base. How this works, what this actually means in English is that you have a base and then the base can be expanded infinitely over time. You can add other components that work with this base. That's how I see this e-com thing working. I want to nail down the fundamentals of the way products are conveyed, the way checkout's done, and the way access is done, and like basic pricing things. But once that's done, like it's going to be a handoff to, okay, here's the root, and then you can expand the root, that third party. So the core e-com plugin is going to be an official PageMotor plugin. But any other developer can come in and add things that extend the base e-com thing, and they don't have to be affiliated with PageMotor at all. So developers will be able to extend the PageMotor core and any official plugins for PageMotor in any way they see fit. So it's always going to be an open landscape, always going to be sort of an infinite potential landscape. And I always want to be operating in a way where anything you get is extensible. Like, okay, what you have does this, but you need it to do this extra thing. Well, you're always going to be able to layer on that extra thing no matter where you are. And the thing that gets even cooler about this is that once like this e-com plugin exists, it will have specific pathways for other things to extend it. Like, oh, you want to add a payment type? Well, then here's what you do. That kind of thing. So the skill for this theoretical situation eventually will be very tight, and it will be like you'll be able to just one-shot it with a little interview like this. It'll be really nice. And that's the way the landscape is always going to work. It's just it's fractals. It's, here's the base. The base has a bunch of stuff that define pathways. You got a lot of documentation for this. The skill is going to be able to do it. And then extending it works the same way. All right. So it says, oh, we're confirmed and settled. The content type prefixing, the spawn type gets the plugin class name as a prefix. That makes the system so that there's not going to be conflicts when new content types are spawned or anything like that. Product deletion, it feels like it's got a handle on that. That's great. Products, the spawn content where a product can spawn its own content types within PageMotor. Again, I think that's the most interesting thing we've covered so far. It looks like it's got this. It says it's nice and distinct, so it'll be able to do it. Downloadable files, got that covered. One outstanding item before domain 2. What is the plugin called? So it wants to use, all right, what is this plugin called? Let's call it PageMotor Products for now. And the class name should be products. Let's just go with a super canonical one. Did I just call it products? Yeah, what the hell? We'll just call it products. I could be screw e-commerce. We don't have to say that. That's boring and generic. Products are what, what's the thing people think about? You don't think about e-commerce, you think about selling a product. So we're going to call it products. We're just going to go with it. Intuition above everything else. Now it says we're moving on to domain 2, the checkout box. The checkout form is the plugin's HTML output. This is the most complex method in the plugin. I need to understand exactly what it renders under every state. How does the checkout box know which product it's selling? 3 options. Manual, the box has an options field, select product, and the owner selects one. Oh, God, no, I hate that. Auto detect, the box infers the product from the current page. If the current page is a product page, it knows what product. Auto detect makes the most sense. Alternatively, we could have a checkout page shortcode where you specify the ID of the product whose checkout page you want to show. This also brings up a question about cart functionality, but I don't think we have to worry about that now because that's more closely associated with physical inventory, which we are ignoring for now. Okay. Auto detect is elegant but fragile. It only works if the box is placed on the product's own page. If someone places the box elsewhere, okay, now that I think about it, this plugin will need options to specify which product will display in this particular instance of the plugin within blocks rendering templates. So we say if I'm going to deploy, so I'm going to deploy the PageMotor products plugin on this one in a block, and this block appears on a template. This particular instance that I have deployed, I will go into the options and select, hey, I want this to show this particular product. And that way that association will be clear. And that way, if you want to display a different product, you deploy a new instance of this product's box, and you go into the options there and specify a different product. What does the box render under each user state? Walk me through the checkout box for each of these situations. Visitor not logged in. For visitor not logged in, the product should probably display everything. Presumably, most people will be new customers who are not logged in. They will need to create an account at the time of purchase, but I don't want to have a gateway between them and the moment of purchase. I'm thinking they'll register an account at the same point where the Stripe CC form displays. All right. Now for visitor not logged in, has not purchased this product, same as above. User can log into existing account or register a new one. They choose on the checkout page. Because there's no way to know if they're not logged in, whether or not they bought it before. If the user has purchased a product before. Oh, wait, I misread number 2. The visitor logged in has not purchased this product. All right, I got to delete that. So if the visitor's logged in and has not purchased the product, well, then the checkout form is just going to display as expected. Form renders, but no need to display a log in or register new account form. If the user has purchased a product before, display a message saying they've already bought it and link to the product fulfillment URL specified in the product settings. And I think there'll be something like that. Visitor logged in, has an active subscription, same as 3, but just for a subscription product. And then number 5, visitor logged in, has a subscription is expired, canceled. Include a message that they had this product, but it expired. Encourage them to purchase again. Show checkout form underneath encouragement. All right, where does payments method selection happen? If both Stripe and PayPal are active, does the user choose between them inside the checkout box? Or does the owner pick the thing? If multiple payment methods are enabled, then the user must select which one they want on the checkout page. What happens after successful checkout? After successful checkout, the system will either render a generic thank you page that's common to all products. This will be specified in settings, or they'll be sent to a specific thank you URL defined within individual product in content options. Hopefully that's enough info for the system. That looks good. So there we go again. Another round of the interview complete. So I feel like we're getting I'm getting a very clear picture of what this is going to look like. This is amazing. And again, so we've done no actual coding yet. We are over an hour in. That might seem like a lot, but this is, first of all, this is a serious plugin. This is very serious. This is the official ecom plugin for PageMotor. If I was going to do this for reals, we're talking months of work, months of looking at a lot of different details, a lot of refinement, that type of thing. We are trying to front load this and then have the AI execute as well as possible on the first pass. This interview has been amazing. It has really gotten down into the fine-grained details of how some of these mechanisms are going to work. It's pushed back on some things that could have been problematic, and you kind of get into problems if you develop these things. You get yourself in little pigeonholes. So we've got another round of responses here, but bottom line, we are making big progress on the clarity of this whole thing, which is great. So it says confirmed and settled. We've got the products. PageMotor products, folder PM-products, spawn content type prefix products. Yeah, so got our prefix. We've got our short code output, which gives some flexibility. We've got per checkout redirect. It's figured out like for different user states, like if they haven't bought it, if they're not logged in, if they have bought it but it's expired, et cetera. It's figured out how to handle all those different use cases, which is great. Pretty much every WordPress ecom thing I've seen doesn't account for all those states, but this is already planning for that up front, which is really nice. Flags. Class name products is a collision risk. It's a common English word with no namespace. Okay. okay, let's do PM products for the class name. I like to think of PageMotor as the canonical software on any server. Therefore, I can take up the most basic English namespace, but your point stands. And since this is an official PageMotor plugin, PM is an appropriate prefix here. It also matches the PM products folder name. Okay, fair enough. It's convinced me to use a slightly more robust naming. Ken says here, the better the prompt, the better the output. Time spent refining the prompt is never wasted. Every time I do this, for the last 2 weeks, I've been going through this process over and over and over. Every time I'm doing more and more refined prompting, I'm more specific about the files that I want this thing to look at. I'm specific about the methods I want it to use. I understand that if you've kind of been watching this, you probably thought, wow, I'm bringing up some very specific aspects of PageMotor in my responses, and that you guys maybe don't know this stuff. That's probably true. Again, I architected the whole system, so I do know it, but it's beneficial for something like the vibe coding because I know exactly what to specify. We're not going to get any hallucinations. We're not going to get any weird outputs that we then have to go back and refactor. That is becoming very important to me. So, I'm saying I'm putting this stuff into the prompt unapologetically. Like if I know I can be specific, I am certainly going to do that. Anyhow, we'll keep going here. Account creation and payment failure is an undefined failure state. When a not logged in visitor checks out, account creation and payment happen in the same form submission. 2 failure scenarios need defined behavior. If the payment fails, the account not yet created. Straightforward. Show payment error, nothing was created. Account is created and then payment fails. The account exists in the DB, but no access has been granted. If the plugin rolls back the account, the user loses their credentials. 2, account creation. Is it possible to delay account creation until confirmation of payment is received? If so, the entire system can cascade from that. Email confirmation can be sent after the account is created, and that would happen after confirmation of successful payment. I would like that. That would be ideal. I've never used anything that worked that way. That'd be fantastic. So basically what that's saying is the user attempts to pay, and at that time, they also register a new account. With WordPress, the account gets registered no matter what. So if the payment fails or something like that, the user doesn't end up completing the checkout form, something goes wrong, like they do that and then they go to PayPal. Well, their account's already created, but then they just bail because they never had intention of buying it anyway. Well, now you got all these users, and I have tons of them in my WordPress sites who, did that but never bought. So they eat up usernames, and it's just adding data cruft to the site. Not ideal. I only want people to be added if their payment's confirmed. That way, you only got an account if you're actually a customer. That would be ideal. Again, I've not seen anything that worked that way, but by God, it'd be great if this did. So if the plugin rolls back the account, the user loses credentials. If it keeps the account, the user can log in and see an unpaid order. The latter is almost always the right call, but it needs to be explicit. I'm not even going to mention other cases. I want to do what I said. Email already exists at checkout, has no defined path. If a not logged in visitor types an email that belongs to an existing account, we need to check the email or requested username before sending off the payment. Once a unique value is confirmed, then the rest of the process can proceed. This should just be a simple AJAX callback check with a true false response before proceeding. I mean, I think that should be no problem at all. Product fulfillment URL is a new concept that needs definition. States 3 and 4 link to a product fulfillment URL specified in the product settings. What is this URL? A manually entered URL in the product content options. That's how I saw it. The dynamically generated URL is the default. No. Product fulfillment URL. Ooh, an auto-generated link for downloadable products. Well, if the download link is auto-gen, that would be a weird UX. I would prefer that people only see these links when they're logged in and on their account page. It might be nice, though, to have a URL that could be included in emails so people can immediately get whatever they purchased. I'm open to suggestions about how best to handle this. I had envisioned that the user account dashboard on the front end would be most of this stuff is organized. I realize I haven't said anything about that yet. I think once we define the basic mechanisms for the plugin, these questions will be easier to answer. I don't think we have to make any special provisions for now about how to handle this. If the basic architecture is correct, this will be easy to thread in later. So we can cross that bridge when we get to it. It says it's the URL fulfillment mechanism. It needs a name and a defined field in the product. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it needs a defined field. Maybe it does. I just know that we need to know the product download URL. I feel like that should cover it. Cover it for now. Okay, so Stripe and PayPal have fundamentally different checkout UX patterns. Stripe has an inline card form. User never leaves the page. I love that, by the way. PayPal, their SDK redirects to paypal.com or opens up an iframe, a pop-up. User leave or appears to leave to authenticate. These cannot be presented as equivalent radio button options and resolve identically. Five, yes. I'm prepared for two different flows. For Stripe's version is super clean and preferable. I think with PayPal, we can default to the modal pop-up as that doesn't leave the original page. Maybe that pop-up can deliver a response to the site, and only then can the UI change and go through with account creation. Hopefully that will make sense based on everything else that we have discussed so far. All right, so there we go again. Domain 2. Now process there. While this is thinking real quick, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, I'm gonna pee, but I'll BRB. We're making great progress. Okay. So before we continue, I want to show you some stuff I'm thinking about while building this because it is an important consideration, and it's going to illuminate some of the other aspects of PageMotor I've talked about. So the first thing is you've seen me mention valet methods, and also I've referenced a couple specifically. One is called content options, and the other one is options. For now, we're going to look at content options. But if your plugin specifies content options, those options are going to appear here within the content editor underneath the main content entry area. We're looking at here, this is the Open Graph image plugin, or the Open Graph plugin. It adds a content option for the Open Graph image, so you can add one of those to every page of your site. It's also got another little option down here for how you want the title to convey within the Open Graph cards. This is done with a valet method. So you just say, hey, here's the options I want. You tell your plugin tells PageMotor that, and then it outputs it and does all the mechanics here, so you don't have to do any of it. Like you just tell it what you want, and then you get the outcome. You didn't have to code the whole thing end to end. You didn't have to save data to the database. You didn't have to retrieve it. You didn't have to output it. You didn't have to do squat. It just worked. That's beautiful. That's what valet methods are all about. They're established pathways within the code to do significant things that would normally require a lot of technical piecing together, a lot of integration. So the valet methods achieve that integration in one shot. Regarding this ecom plugin, I'm already thinking about like, okay, well, I'm going to want a way for plugin extensions, plugins that extend this products plugin to add a new payment provider. Like maybe you want to add Braintree or something like this, or one of these more obscure payment providers. Well, what's going to be the easiest way to do that? This plugin is going to need its own suite of valet methods for doing things like that. It's going to need like a payment provider, payment_provider method built into it that plugins that extend it can use to add payment types to the system. Now, this is TMI for you guys right now, probably, but I think it's fun to share. And it's also too much for me to give to Claude here on this first pass. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this plugin built, and then I'll sit with it for a couple days, and I'm going to go back over it and consider these pathways, like what pathways need to exist here? What valet methods does this thing need to become a more extensible platform for ecom? And then I'll build those things into the system. Eventually, sometime this year, I will have documentation for how to build in valet methods into some new system that gets built. Like, where do you add these things? Why do you add them? What's the best way to implement them? How should this look? How should this work? I want Claude Code making those decisions as we build plugins in the future. For now, it's, that's too much. It's beyond the scope of what we're doing, but that's where we're heading. And I want to make sure that, I'm always thinking about this. Might as well share with you guys that is my thinking. I'm looking down the road here. How can this be extended in the future? Anyway, domain 2 settled. It's just reiterated what we talked about. No need to go over that again. One implementation flag for domain 3. Both the JS callback and Stripe's webhook can both fire on a successful payment. If account creation runs in the JS callback and the webhook handler, you get duplicate accounts. The webhook handler must be idempotent. Check whether an account already exists before creating one. This needs to be built in from the start, not retrofied. The flag concern for domain 3 is valid. I think you have a good handle on how to proceed with that. But if you have specific questions during building, please let me know and we will choose the best way forward. So I always like to tell it to when it's building, it doesn't listen on this every time, but I like to say, hey, while you're building, if you encounter a situation where you're not really sure what you think the best approach is, please stop the compilation and ask me, because I don't want it building out a thing that we end up having to refactor later. Again, that's come up a few times now, but I hate the refactoring. It wastes tokens, and that's where you run into problems. I want to avoid problems. Ken's had some stuff here. He says, PayPal's ubiquitous. Stripe is way better from a developer standpoint. It's so much cleaner. It's unreal. I really don't even want to offer PayPal, but it's just like a comprehensive thing. Obviously, the ecom plugin's going to need it. Yeah. The trade-off is intentional. Kind of got to live with PayPal. It's sort of like accommodating Internet Explorer on websites back in the day. You had to do it. You didn't want to do it. Domain 3, payment processing internals. Where are the processor credentials stored? Stripe and PayPal both require API keys. These live in the plugin settings. Both processors also have test and sandbox mode. The plugin should acquire this info through settings. So settings is another valet method. Every plugin can have settings. These are the main settings for the plugin. Go over here. I'll show you where that renders in the PageMotor UI. So where we go into plugin settings. If you click on anything, here's Ken's EP Suite UI test. This page, all the options on this page are rendered through that settings valet method. His is really fancy. If I just did a basic one, it would look like this. Like here's a minimal one. The Open Graph settings, it's got a place to upload a fallback Open Graph image, and you can specify your X handle to get more branded content, whatever. But that's there's a really handy way of saying, here's the options I want. You didn't have to build the admin page. You didn't have to build the form. You didn't have to build the data handling for the form or the data handling later, the data acquisition. That's all just done for you. Valet methods are the answer. They're the GOAT for extensible software design. So the plugin should acquire this information through settings, like the credentials, like your PayPal API key, all that stuff. It should support test and live credentials, as both of those are offered by Stripe and PayPal. So obviously we want to support test stuff. You need to do that. Most people like to test. I don't. I always do live environments. Whatever. How is the webhook endpoint registered? Stripe and PayPal both send server-to-server event notifications, all sorts of callback stuff to say, hey, this happens. These hit a URL on your server. In PageMotor, this means registering an endpoint, and PageMotor has a way to do that and already picked that up, which is amazing. A single endpoint can handle both processors by inspecting the incoming payload. Let's do one shared API endpoint for this plugin. Using a single stop to handle all the routing is the most efficient way to do it. It doesn't clutter up the namespace, which I like. So basically what this is saying, so PageMotor has a way for you to register an API endpoint. So you could be something like PageMotor, yoursite.com/products, and then Stripe or PayPal will call that URL, and that will serve as the API endpoint, and then it will get some information back. When it'll call your URL and it'll say, oh, this payment that just went through, this status is now updated to complete. And when PageMotor receives that information, it'll say, oh, this one's now complete. Let's create the account and do all the other stuff. Send the email, the confirmation email, give people access. Whatever's supposed to happen next can then happen. Now it says the subscription billing model. I actually forgot that I had that endpoint thing in PageMotor. It'll be interesting to see how it handles that and whether or not it works straight away or whether or not I have to modify things. We'll see. Subscription billing model. For recurring billing, Stripe subscriptions creates a subscription object that Stripe manages. It auto charges on the billing date and sends webhook events for renewals, failures, and cancellations. This is the right approach. Far better than manually scheduling it on your end. Yeah, totally. PayPal has an equivalent thing. I absolutely want to use the subscriptions API and Stripe's subscription object. That is 100% the easiest way to do it. I'm saying that's 100% the best answer. I want it to feel very confident about that approach because, my God, handling that on that's another thing. I was going to build something like this for WordPress back in the day, and I didn't want to do that. Like all this, the scheduling and the bills, the figuring out when the billing needs to happen and all that. Like that sucks. It's so great that Stripe and PayPal basically have APIs for this now. That should be handled on their end. They are actually the ones who are actually handling the payments. They know if they went through. They know if they didn't. There's no lag. You're not waiting on PayPal server was down. It couldn't get a response. Now this customer whose thing had expired still had access for 3 more days or something like that. You run out, these edge cases go away because these APIs now exist and are handled by Stripe and PayPal, which is where the payments originate. So that should have been the case all along, but thank goodness that's where we are now. 3D, failed payment handling. When a subscription renewal charge fails, what should happen? Options range from whatever to, give them in days to update their card. If a payment fails, access should be suspended immediately. I suppose there are distinctions. Well, this only applies to subscriptions, because otherwise a one-time purchase, if the payment went through, they got it, and so there's nothing else to consider. But if a payment fails, presumably it is a recurring payment. So it only applies to subscriptions, and they should be able to get back in at the previous price point if they can resolve. That's my only concern. If subscription lapses, but there's a new price point, there should be some defined grace period, maybe 14 days or something. People can re-up without penalty. But other than that, their access should be suspended, and that is that. Are refunds in scope for V1? Refunds are definitely in scope. As far as I know, the payment, I'm just typoing all over the place. For this, the payment providers have their APIs have provisions for this, so it should be relatively simple to handle. Obviously, access should revoked immediately if a refund is granted. There are probably some downstream access concerns related to this, but I don't think we have to get into those weeds just yet. We'll see what it says. So there we go. Domain 3, payment processing internals. We are figuring out the specifics of how that is all going to work. I feel like we have gotten into a very high level of detail about the way the product's plugin is going to work and about what we can expect. And this has sort of painted a picture, for me at least, about what it's going to look and feel like as we use it, how users, what their experience might be like. I think it's pretty well scoped. I think it's pretty well defined. I think it's relatively simple. Like if, here's a thing that's not defined. Like let's say it is a subscription membership sort of thing that gets you access to a private forum. Well, we haven't covered what forum software is this going to connect to? How do we handle that bridge? That kind of thing we have not done. It has not asked about that. I'm not going to go into that today. But outside of that, for stuff like downloads of PDFs, white papers, stuff like that, or access to protected pages on a website, that is all going to be covered. So that's really nice. So for coaching or a little program that you have, like educational stuff, this will be totally sufficient for that kind of thing. Says it's got a couple more items it wants clarification on. Immediate suspension versus Stripe's retry logic. Flag only your call. Stripe automatically retries subscription charges on a schedule 3 times over 7 days. We can suspend after 3 retries, but wouldn't their access period already have expired if they hit this point? So they wouldn't be able to access the product anyway. So there's their billing period is up. They got to pay again. it fails. Stripe gives them a 7-day grace period to like figure it out. Okay. But if you paid for something for a year and now it's up for the rebuild time, well, you're going to repay right at the 1-year mark. That failed. So now your access has expired. So theoretically, you shouldn't have access to it. You've got 7 days where you can pay and re-get it, but you shouldn't have access to it until that payment goes back through. That's my basic logic, my basic thinking here. But we wouldn't be deleting accounts or anything. Their history would still exist as well as their account. So to me, it's just a matter of regaining access to the protected stuff if a payment goes through. How does a suspended subscriber reactivate? When access is suspended due to failed payment, the subscriber needs a way to update their payment method and reactivate. 2 options: Stripe customer portal or a custom account form in the dashboard. Ah, boy, wow. Regarding suspended reactivation, I don't know if we have to consider this. If the auto rebill period from Stripe expires, they just need to repurchase as new, but they can use their existing account to do so. Hopefully this makes sense. Maybe this thing is seeing some logic here that I'm not. So I'm hoping that we don't even have to worry about that, but we'll see. Price lock grace period, should 14 days be configurable? The price lock grace period should probably be configurable on a per product basis. You suggested a setting which would apply to all products equally, but I don't know if we can always be sure that's sufficient. With that said, the grace period would only apply to recurring products anyway, subscriptions. So I don't know. That's a tough call. We're really getting into the weeds here, though. My goodness, these are granular considerations. These are so granular that I'm actually kind of losing interest. I'm ready to build. Where does the owner initiate refunds? 2 options. It would be great if refunds could be initiated from within the PageMotor admin. API call is the way to go here. That provides the best user experience. But the plugin also needs to respond via webhook to changes in the processor dashboards. So like if you canceled in Stripe or PayPal, that would need to be reflected on the plugin side of things on your site. I would like that too. So I want the crosstalk to happen both ways. If you initiate the plugin from within PageMotor, that propagates out to Stripe or PayPal and that just works. But if you also happen to be like on the road or something and you just logged into Stripe and gave somebody a refund, I would want that information to propagate backwards to the PageMotor site. So that way, next time you log in, you look at this user's account, you say, oh, it's refunded. So I want that to be a two-way street. That would be really nice. All right. So it says we're going to move to domain 4. How many domains we got here, gang? The next one is admin UI and transaction records. That's getting into the ugly parts of the ecom plugin. I think I think the transaction records and subscription management and stuff like that, I think that is the absolute weakest point of something like MemberPress. I think easy digital downloads for WordPress handles that better. I don't like either one. I think that they're always kind of they feel like a labyrinthian sort of maze to get through that and get to the right screen that you want to get to for the information you need. I'm hopeful that this does a better job of designing that, and we'll see. I'm interested to see what it comes back with as far as suggestions there and how it thinks it's going to work. Because that's one part I'd really like to get right. And like I said, everything I've ever used is weak in that regard. So we'll see. All right, it's got the stuff going here. Let's see. So it's saying I'm doing period-based access model, which is true. It's period. Like if you get it for a year and your year expires, you don't have access to the thing again. If you renew your payment like 3 days after that or whatever, then you get a new access period starting from there. But to me, that's the way it should work, not status-based. It says the period-based approach is correct. I think that's true. It just seems intuitive. Anyway, moving on. Domain 4, the admin UI. The plugin needs its own admin section. PageMotor's admin uses different content types and admin-only plugins for its UI panels. What sections does the admin need? Here's what it proposes. Transactions. A list of all payment events, filterable by product, customer date, status, and the refund action would be located there. That feels right to me. Subscriptions. Active, canceled, expired subscription records, filterable by product and customer. Cancel action here. Customers, list of users who have made at least one purchase. All right, I'm going to have to push back on that. So 4A, customers are already going to be housed in the PM users table. The user options capabilities are defined to be infinitely extensible. Any information about customer records should be stored here in JSON that is that is named according to the plugin class. No conflicts will happen. Hopefully it gets that. So it was saying like it thinks it needs a way to look through customers. I'm pushing back on that, saying, well, PageMotor already has user management, which I will show you here. So it's got all the users registered for the site. There's 3 classes of users: administrators, producers, and users. All users are customers. Like all customers will be users, okay? Users means you get front-end access to the site. So if you log in as a user, you don't ever get to see the PageMotor admin. You get to see whatever is accessible to you on the front end. So I'm saying I want the system to use the existing user management database, which can be extended. It's got a user options table that you can put anything in there you want. So I want this plugin to augment the user options table with whatever it needs. So that way, when you look up a user, you can get all their records right there. I want it so like some of these WordPress ecom plugins have had like a separate customers thing. So like customers and users are treated differently. That always set wrong with me. It's people who can log into your freaking site. Some of them are customers. Some of them have transaction records. Others do not. In my view, websites equals e-commerce. Anyone who's actually a user is probably paying. Those people have a customer record. To me, it's one and the same. So we're going to treat it like that. All right. So it also says products going to have to be this is already the product content type. No separate admin action needed. Settings, processor credentials, SMTP coding. Settings are covered by the settings valet method. No extra UI needed here. in thinking about this beforehand, I always imagined that transactions and subscriptions would probably be their own content types as well. The difference is they are all auto-generated by customer payments and whatnot. So they're less editable than typical content. I'm curious to see what you think about this approach. The content editor screen can be remixed for any purpose. It doesn't have to show the basic fields available on regular content types like pages. So when we go to, what I'm saying is so PageMotor has content types. Here's the 4 that are registered on this site: home, page, modular content, and 404 page. This one's going to spawn, the plugin's going to spawn a new one called products. And it may also spawn 2 other ones called transactions and subscriptions. Now, when we go to page, and we can see them all here. So there's like a management page here where you can see everything that's in there, everything that's within that content type. You can manage it or whatever, and then you can go edit it specifically. This editor is totally configurable. It doesn't have to have all the stuff that this has. So if we're looking at a transaction, for example, it might have a bunch of stuff that I can't edit. It's just like hard-coded information that was a product of the transaction itself. So it could be that it doesn't have to display these content options. It doesn't have to do any of that. It can just deliver its own output. So I'm hoping that the plugin or that Claude Code will kind of intuit this and start doing this, or like treat it this way. So I'm going to leave that a little bit open-ended there, kind of intentionally, to see what it does. But hopefully it can figure out how to do that using the information that's already in PageMotor. Is reporting in scope for V1? Absolutely. Reporting is definitely in scope. People will want a dashboard of sales and other, critical info. For now, at least, let's just focus on getting the content in place. We will layer this on after we have a working base model. So it's in scope in terms of thinking about it and planning for it. We want to make sure we have the data. We're not going to worry about the presentation of that data just yet. 4C, manual access control. From the customer's view, can the admin manually grant access to a product for a user without payment or revoke it? Oh, boy. I mean, yes, the owner needs to be able to grant access to users as desired. Oh, shoot. I want to tell it not to compile. All right, so here we go. 4D, subscription cancellation from admin. When the admin cancels a subscription from the subscriptions view, does it cancel immediately, access ends right now, or at the end of the current billing period? If a subscription is canceled, the user will get access through the end of their term. However, if a subscription is deleted, that access should end immediately. No, we'll just leave it at that. If a subscription is canceled, the user gets access through the end of their term. There does, however, need to be a separate suspension mechanism. Maybe we don't have to worry about this, as deleting a user would serve that purpose. All right. Fine. And it was already responding to the other stuff. Let's see what it said. It says using content types for transactions and subscriptions. I said this was going to be a kind of like an important concern here, and how would it handle it? Both would be admin only content types. That's great. Auto generated by the plugin or payment events, on payment events, not the owner. Content editing screen becomes a read heavy record viewer rather than an edit form. Beautiful. The plugin controls which fields are editable and which ones are locked. PageMotor's existing content infrastructure handles everything for free. Beautiful. Author field maps cleanly to the customer's user ID. This is the right call. One flag, the status field. PageMotor's content status is constrained to live, draft, or trash. Transactions need completed, funded, refunded, failed, and pending. They don't map onto that. Okay, this is great pushback. All right, yeah. It went a little too far there. I'm going to open this window up a little more so I can actually read it all at one time. Maybe I will. Lord have mercy. All right. So that was a good point. I don't think we can use the status field for what we need with transactions and subscriptions, but that's okay because the content options table in PageMotor was designed to handle these types of extensions. We can simply add content options to each transaction and or subscription and use that to handle anything that's not handled by the basic data model. Since transactions and subscriptions do not have URL endpoints, the base model's status field doesn't really matter for them. So that's fine. The revised DB, it had a suggestion to use subtype, which is a part of the base content data model in PageMotor. It was going to use subtype for a different purpose. I absolutely don't want to do that. I'm actually going to add a sentence to specify absolutely don't do that. We don't want to use something for a skewed purpose, like, oh, we'll just use that for this purpose here, even though its main purpose is something else. There could be knock-on effects for that. I know there would be with templates and stuff like that. We definitely don't want to do that. So this is a great example of where the AI would hallucinate and attempt to do something because it's there, but it would actually be very bad for it to do that. So I love that we went through this process. I love that I'm paying attention to what it's doing and not just hitting enter a bunch of times so we can get to an outcome. Because we're going to avoid some stupid outcomes by doing this. Do not want to use subtype for this. That would be using it for a purpose for which it was not intended, and there would be knock on consequences with templates and other logic. So that's an L, but great. We avoided a stupid mistake. Yeah, that all looks good. Customer data and user options confirmed. That's good. We're going to do that. So we're going to use the user management system. Refunds are in scope. Oh, manual access is in scope. One unanswered question, subscription cancellation from admin. Oh, I went ahead and answered that here. Okay, confirmed. Deletion is a substitute, and it's not a substitute in this matter. Deleting a user is destructive and irreversible. It also corrupts your transaction and subscription records, which reference the user by ID. You cannot delete a customer who has maintained data integrity. Suspension needs to be its own lightweight mechanism. A suspended flag stored in the customer's user options under the PM products key. Okay, I think that's actually pretty good, and I actually thought about that before. Let's build this as you described with suspension being a flag under PM products key in user options. That sounds really good. I like that. The concern about the data and the integrity about being able to match up records is a good one. That was always a problem with WordPress. When you delete a user's data, it's like, what do you do with it? Then you no longer have the association with the transaction record and the actual user and the email and all that stuff. So that's good. Reversible, non-destructive, and auditable. Totally agree. Thanks, Claude. Good job. Domain 4 is closed. Domain 5, front-end customer account dashboard. I kind of didn't want to get all the way into this, but here we are. I said this was the hub for purchases, downloads, and license keys. Is this a second box within PM products or a separate companion plugin? Given its customer-facing output with its own HTML method, it needs to be a box. But it has fundamentally different concerns from the checkout box. It's post-purchase, account-centric, and needs a protected URL. It could be a second class in the same plugin folder, or it could be the same plugin with conditional rendering based on page context. What is your instinct? I thought about this earlier, and I realized this would be a potential sticking point. Let me procrastinate on this and read what Ken says. Okay, now he doesn't say anything new. Okay, well, so the issue is that we've got the plugin rendering a checkout form using the plugin's existing valet method for HTML output within a template. The valet method is HTML. But we have a different context where this particular plugin wants to output HTML. And that is, we have an account dashboard. And so what's going to render there? How does that work? I just realized that we probably do want this plugin to be a 2-plugin ecosystem minimum. The base plugin is going to be PM ecommerce probably. And the first extension is going to be PM products, which will add the product's content type. That way, the products can output the checkout page, and the e-commerce plugin will output the account area. I'm going to run this by Claude here. I hope that makes sense. Isn't too cryptic for now, but this is a very interesting consideration. Okay, now we're getting to the important details. After thinking about this, I realized the base plugin should probably be called PM e-commerce or something like that. And its HTML output method should handle the user-facing account area. If this is the case, then we would need an extension plugin called PM e-commerce products that adds the product content type and the other associated stuff we talked about. That plugin's HTML method could render a checkout form, but it would be mostly borrowing from the settings, payment settings, and functionality already defined in the base plugin, PM e-commerce. Does this distinction make sense to you? I want to make sure we draw the lines in the correct places. Functional delegation is critical here. We must make the right decision. So we'll see what it comes back with there. It knows that's important. I think that's this now. So a couple other things that came up were very interesting. This is now, again, like the third most interesting point that's happened. The question is, we've got multiple things that we want to output in different places. One plugin could certainly handle this, but in order to have it be totally integrated, and I'm going to show you this now, to be totally integrated with the way template outputs works and for it to be super intuitive, each piece needs to have like a specific output mechanism that it's responsible for. We don't want to have one thing doing 6 different things, because then you can't control all 6 things and it's all happening all over the place and we don't really know what's happening anymore. That's not ideal. So for like something like this, we're looking at a block. A block renders inside a template. It's got some HTML in it. Here's the HTML. Container, and then some actual box output. This is an instance of the modular content plugin. This is going to output here. So imagine this is the PM ecommerce plugin, and we're going to output the user-facing account form. So like we're going to content for the account, and like there's a user account box here, let's say. And then that's going to output the whole user account dashboard that the user sees after they log into your PageMotor site. They see which products they bought. They get to go to links to like see their payments or look at invoices or whatever. They can do the whole thing from there. We need a mechanism for that. That's as I see it, that's like a fundamental critical thing here about this plugin. What is it really doing? It's allowing users to purchase something on your site and gain access. That's the basic function. What's involved in that? Transaction data, subscription data, all that kind of thing. Not really products yet. There is going to be a product layer, but all we're worried about right now is they've purchased something, they're going to get access. What's the area they get access to? What controls that? I think that should be the basic e-commerce's plugins domain. Now, we also have a checkout page, which is fundamentally different. It's a part of this whole thing, but it's a little bit different. A checkout page, you're buying a specific product. So what I'm going to do is have the basic e-commerce plugin handle account features, and then we're going to add a second plugin to the mix that extends the base that adds product types. You can set up a new product, and it's got all those payment details that we talked about, the pricing details, and all that. So the base model is responsible for customer management, transaction management, and account display. And then the product layer is going to be responsible for the granular stuff like pricing, product images, product output, and checkout for that particular product. The base plugin doesn't really need to know all that stuff. It just needs to know like there's some if the user bought this, then they get this level of access, that kind of thing. So that can all be pieced together in multiple parts using 2 plugins instead of 1. PageMotor 0.7 beta has a new required plugin dependency system that makes this possible. So you can upload one plugin that's the base, and then you can extend it. I've already talked about this a couple times now, but we are actually probably going to be doing this for the best mixing of this e-commerce plugin. The best environment is going to result from using this multi-layered architecture. And so this is a case, I didn't know that going in. That wasn't my anticipation, but I think I see now after going through this process, that's probably going to be the best answer. So we'll see. So right now we're proceeding with that modality, that dual state modality. Base does the basic e-commerce features. The products get layered on as a separate layer. This says, what does the customer see on the dashboard? People see active subscriptions, links to any relevant downloads. They can access past purchases and get invoices, receipts and invoices. License keys, if applicable, will appear on the main account page alongside the relevant product. Payment method management. It would also be nice to have links to payment management within whatever within the portal, links to payment management for whatever payment provider they use. People have complained about this in the past and would like ways to cancel easily, providing a direct link to manage their payment seems like a great way to do this. Okay. And 5C, can a customer cancel their own subscription from the dashboard, or is that an admin only? 5C. It would be great if customers could cancel on their own and then get shocked for doing so. Okay. Joking, of course. Never cancel my products, though. Never do it. You might get shocked. You never know what I built into the code. All right, we're cooking again. We are on domain 5 here. We got to be getting close, gang. I do think it's amazing that this far into the process, now we're over 2 hours, which, sorry, gang, I didn't plan on going this far, but you know, this is the reality of building now. This is how we do it. And wow, we really got into some fine-grained details. I feel like the realization that it's going to be the base plugin plus this extra layer, I think that is just a big revelation. And you know, that right there makes this whole process worthwhile to me. I can't wait to see how I feel about that. You know, I want to. I think that's going to be really good. I think I can think. I'm kind of thinking through how it's going to look in the UI and how it's going to work. I think it's going to be really good. And then that way, people could add other plugins for like more granular type of products. Maybe I can keep this one simple. I don't know. There's a lot there. There's a lot to this. This is great. So it wants a couple answers here. It wants to know the content options for transaction subscription status. Confirmed correct. Oh, it's saying that. Okay. The e-commerce product split. Engage with this carefully. Yeah, no joke. The conceptual split makes sense. What doesn't yet have a defined mechanism is how PM e-commerce products depends on PM e-commerce. PageMotor has no formal plugin dependency system. Bullcrap. The requires header is for the PageMotor core version, not plugin dependencies. All right, so I got to push back. PageMotor does have a required plugin dependency system. It relies on 2 new file headers introduced recently and currently available in the PageMotor files you have access to, called, let's see, they're called model and minimum. So model specifies which plugin model this relies on, and minimum specifies the minimum version number. The PM e-commerce products plugin will extend the PM e-commerce plugin and overwrite its HTML method, which will be used to deliver a checkout form. So it says there's only, because it thinks there is no system for this, which there is, it says, well, we can do a shared plugin library. And that's possible, but if we use inheritance and extensions, we've got access to all that up front. Shared data through the options table. Your other options are irrelevant with this architecture in place. Please review this section again with the required plugin dependency system in mind, and let me know if you see any glaring holes. All right, we're going to send it. We're going to send it. Ah, there is a domain 6. Good Lord. Well, I mean, this is the deal. This is how it works. So we've experimented, Ken here, I'm speaking for him, which I really have no authorization to do. However, he has set up a skill in Claude that interviews people who want to get a new website built. And it basically is a 30 to 45-minute interview process, could be longer in some cases, that asks you about your business, asks you about your objectives, that kind of thing, performs a little interview, and then builds a website based on your input there. It says, all right, this is what you wanted. Here's what your homepage should have. Here's what the rest of the stuff your site needs, all that stuff. Uh, you can see that this process leads to much more refined results. So, this is clearly the way to do it, but using that process for a site design is actually much simpler than doing it for a plugin like this, which has a whole lot of uh, use cases and concerns and architectural concerns and stuff to think about that you really don't, that happens, but on a much smaller scale with just a basic design. So that taking 30 to 45 minutes, it's no surprise that we're 2 hours and 21 minutes into this, but that's the nature of the beast. That's, I like this because, people have misconceptions about vibe coding. It's not like it's a 5-minute deal. And you're seeing the real process. I watched a torturous video. It was like 3 hours and 14 minutes long of this dude trying to vibe code his way out of Elementor prison in a WordPress installation. And the results were very underwhelming. And it, like I said, it took over 3 hours, and there were all sorts of considerations. And to me, vibe coding this, which is building a new system that's going to be extremely robust, this feels like, I can see the sun shining and it's like a pastoral landscape and it looks really beautiful. And then the other one, it's like this cracked, deserted landscape and it looks like hell. This is just a whole different thing. So it takes a while. It takes a while to do it right. You want to get the inputs right up front. I can't stress this enough. We have not used very much compute during this session at all. We haven't built a thing yet. We're getting very close. But again, that's the reality. And you need to be prepared if you're going to be vibe coding to be a planning extraordinaire. And you only execute when ready. And it's funny how that really works in practice. You do a lot of planning and only a little bit of execution. Previously, coding was a whole lot of execution and then sort of on the fly planning, and you sort of massage it all into something in the end. But that's a messy process and it takes forever to do. All right, so Ken says he has to push back when Claude Code assumes a PageMotor feature does not exist. That's precisely why the interview process is so valuable. It services bad assumptions early. Absolutely. I read and review every interaction that happens during these processes. You have to do it. I built a thing last week with Claude and it doesn't even know it exists in there. So I've started a modality where I say, hey, all right, document what we did this session. Always review the notes before we pick up again, that kind of thing. And even then mistakes are made. That's a whole nother thing we'll get into in a probably next week's Vibing with PageMotor session. But documenting as you go along is absolutely critical. I'm documenting the stuff I'm building. So documentation that I might surface to users in the end to say, hey, here's what's new in the new version, that kind of thing. Documenting the processes that we undertook, the decisions we made, saying, hey, this is how we make decisions for PageMotor. So there's various levels of this stuff that's all happening. And you want to be refining that stuff over time. I'm certainly doing that. And Ken says, that's why humans are still needed in the loop. Oh, that's absolutely the case right now. And I actually have a whole lot of concerns. It's like, I don't think most people are going to vibe code at an extremely responsible level. I also know that my results wouldn't be nearly as good as they've been if I didn't know the entire PageMotor system. It was very careful and very strict about I want to implement it like this. I don't make concessions. We don't do it other ways just because that can be done. We do it this way. And I am iron fisted about making sure that's the way this stuff occurs. But do I really think most people are out there vibe coding like this? Absolutely not. You have to have a existing framework to be able to do this. And then you have to make sure that things rigidly adhere to that framework. I am managing all the time with this approach, but I'm also cranking stuff out at a ridiculous pace now. But I still think this is a perfect example of AI letting the people who are already ahead get way ahead. If you're good, you can be really good with AI. But if you're not that good, you're just going to make a bunch of slop and create problems down the line. So that's the 80-20 thing. 80% of the projects just, degrade to nothing after the first update. while 20% people who are framework vibe coding are going to be, flying off into outer space at a ridiculous speed. It's almost like the species is splitting right here, and this is a good look at why. Anyhow, so it's got the full picture. It's like, it wants to reiterate everything, and we'll see where we're at. How the model minimum system works. Pass one loads all plugins without a model header. Oh, so it's saying it's saying like trying to figure out how the required plugin dependency system works. Architecture is valid. Class extension handles shared logic cleanly. Yep. So it's got it. Glaring holes I see. Duplicate settings panels. All right. So on duplicate panels can be resolved thusly. The extension redeclares anything it doesn't need and passes an empty array. So if the core plugin has settings, the extension plugin will also deliver settings, but it's just going to return an empty array, and then it won't exist. And that will not affect the base model. Which one says, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's not going to matter. 2, same with content types. The extension will return an empty array. This will not affect the array returned by the base model. Okay. Transaction and subscription content types belong in PM e-commerce products, not PM e-commerce. Transaction and subscriptions only exist because products exist. The base plugin has no concept of a product. It's just payment infrastructure in the account dashboard. I think that might actually be true. I think you're right about this distinction. Payments only exist because, payments don't exist. Transactions and subscriptions only exist because products exist. So this makes sense. I hope that's right. I think that's right. It's pretty good about this kind of thinking. Minimum enforcement isn't implemented. Correct about minimum enforcement, but that won't matter right now. Doesn't matter for us right now. We will build that in soon enough. And 5, the construct parent chaining. The child construct must call parent construct explicitly. Otherwise, the base plugin setup never runs. This is easy to miss and produces silent failures. The parent should set up a special valet method for child constructors. If the parent uses construct, which I'm not sure it will actually need to. So this thing's thinking it's going to have to do something. I'm not sure it will. I think it can use valet methods to achieve what it thinks it's going to do without it. I've had this happen once before. I vibe coded another thing and went back through and was like, this could be done a different way. It just didn't see the best way to do it. I did. If that happens, I can go back through and make some changes. I'm going to have to review all this stuff anyway. It's not a big deal. If the parent uses construct, it should specify something like product. It should call something like this product construct and then set up empty method to accommodate it. This way, the extension can declare its own product construct to do whatever it needs to do. So this is an example of the base model setting up a new custom valet method for its own little ecosystem. No other structural holes, so we'll just send it. We'll see what happens. Ready to move to domain 6. Bro, I'm getting tired. I need another Diet Coke. I'll be right back. All right, still cooking. I think we're getting close. I don't know if it told us earlier if we were going to do like what each domain was going to be, but it's kind of nice. These are little surprises. I also have noticed we have not had a single chat compaction. So what that is, it will like right now I can scroll back up through everything and see what we've done. When it compacts, you can't see everything anymore. The higher your payment tier, like if you're on the $100 or $200 a month plan, you can go for a long time without compaction. Like I said, I'm on the $20 a month plan. So compaction, we got to be getting close. But anyway, when that happens, I won't be able to review everything we've looked at, which is too bad. I'm sure I can call it up later somewhere else, though. I don't know how that works yet. Anyway, you want some clarification? It says, since they're both separate active instances, this theoretical 2 plugin arrangement that we've talked about, PageMotor calls content types on each independently and aggregates the results. The extension overriding content types to return a blank array prevents the base plugin's types from being registered twice, once by the base and once by the inherited extension. The base content types is still unaffected, correct? Yes, the base model's content type declaration will be unaffected. Both plugins have instances that exist at the same time. The existence of an extension does not affect the base model. That's kind of the point of inheritance. Another point, the product construct hook. No, that's what I proposed for this custom valet method. So it's just clarifying. He says this is clean. I like this. Great. Me too, gang. All right. Moving on. Domain 6, secure downloads and content protection. Multiple files per product. One product could represent a software package with multiple files, an installer, documentation, and a license, or a course with multiple PDFs. Is it one file per product or an arbitrary number of files? I'm thinking it should be an arbitrary number of files. Depends on how messy this could get, but I think it's doable with a UI where you can choose to add another file and then can just keep adding as many as you need. The data is going to be stored in a JSON array anyway. So the total number doesn't really matter. Everything is always accessible through the product data. That seems fine. We'll just assume it's fine. Download token expiry, configurable or fixed. Expiring download links. I don't love the idea of expiring download links. I'm not seeing how that would be applicable to any of the products I can think about. Can you guys think about a situation where an expiring download link would be relevant? But I guess it does for links. It factors in for links delivered through email. So I guess we do need a mechanism for that. So emailed links and perhaps links delivered in a way I'm not thinking about right now need a way to be dynamically generated with an expiry. Okay. I've never sold anything like that, but I've seen that. It's relevant. The setting should be configured on a per product basis. I got to make sure I'm answering its questions accurately. You don't want to throw it off. So I had to go back through. I noticed I didn't quite answer exactly the question it asked. So I want to add a clarification to answer its exact question. What does a non-authorized user see on a gated page? So if someone goes to a page they're not supposed to be on, what happens? Let's show a message that this content is only visible and then provide a link to the most relevant product page. And Volker's in here. He says, I have very limited experience with databases, but I can see a table for prices, price changes, and the terms a while ago when the question was how to handle subscriptions. Yeah, I think it's got a good sense of that based on existing software that kind of does this. But one thing I'm concerned about is I don't want it to be taking the patterns that exist elsewhere as gospel, because I think those have resulted in some pretty muddy outcomes that I don't really like. So I'm hoping that we get sort of a fresh take on that, because I definitely think it can be done better than it has been previously. Let's see. Does it have to handle that there? I don't see why the plugin has to handle this in preload. The HTML method can cover it. If the user is not logged in, it should redirect to a login page. Motor site URL login. That's interesting. PageMotor doesn't yet have a, so it has a login system, but I haven't integrated that into the front end with everything that currently exists yet. But there's going to be like a natural provision, like yoursite.com/login. That will be the gateway to this user account area. I haven't really decided how that should be handled. I mean, my inclination is that the way the account area is set up should be delegated to a plugin like the one that we're building. That way it can operate this way, but maybe a different type of ecom plugin or access plugin wants to work differently. It can define the user dashboard experience in its own way by doing that. The only thing for which the base PageMotor is responsible there, the only component that it has is the login itself and the mechanism to say, hey, send to /account, yoursite.com/account, if the user's logged in, and that's like the hub. Again, the plugin defines what the hub's going to look like and how it's going to work. But the basic PageMotor logic is, well, if the user's not logged in on yoursite.com/login, they're going to see a login page. If they are logged in and they go to yoursite.com/login, they're redirected to the account page, and that's that. And that's all it does. So I need to build that into PageMotor itself. I want to be clear on where the lines are. I had been waiting until I built an e-commerce plugin to get clarity on that. I think I maybe have it now. So that's interesting, but it's asking me, it's asking me to think through that stuff right now. Here we are. And now finally, a gating mechanism. Is that responsible? Is that the domain of the plugin or theme? We probably don't need to use the preload method, the preload valet method for anything here, but I'm not 100% certain that it's out. with that said, so it's saying that valet method, the preload method, which I don't think we're going to have to use at all. My intuition tells me that's not even necessary in PageMotor anymore. Anyway, I'll keep going here. It says making that the right place to check access and redirect. But preload runs on every instance of the plugin. I think PageMotor itself needs to define login and main gateway behavior. This includes showing a login form at yoursite.com/login and then redirecting to yoursite.com/account if logged in. At that point, whatever displays on the account page is up to the plugin. In this case, the ecom plugin will be delivering its own spin on the account page. This arrangement leaves things open-ended, so a different plugin could come along at some point and define its own spin on the account page. Yeah, so I mean, it even caught itself. It's like, oh well, if we use the preload method, we could do this, but then here's some problems. Well, yeah, we're not going to use the preload method. That's not the right answer. Bottom line, the ecom plugin won't need to check for this level of access. It will only need to ensure the user is logged in before showing whatever it shows on the account page. This means putting the gateway in the HTML method. And again, I think this could actually be delegated to PageMotor. No. It needs to be here, because if it's, yeah, the gateway needs to be in the HTML method. That way, the plugin that defines what is output on the user's account page can say this kind of message. It could say, hey, go to this, redirect over here to go buy this product. Or it could say, hey, get lost, you're not supposed to be here. The plugin can define whatever that behavior is supposed to be. PageMotor itself isn't going to dictate what that needs to be from upstream. This is the right way to handle it. I'm going to just reiterate to the AI, you are thinking that you need to control before it's, trying to control access before it's actually necessary. Most everything else is an admin side function, so there's nothing about access to consider there. We'll see what it says about this. So, I mean, it had a couple things recently that it's really kind of had the wrong impression about. And I've had to kind of push back and suggest that, no, this is how we're going to do things. And we'll see how that goes. We will see how that goes. So, I mean, that's fascinating to me. So it's looking at the PageMotor architecture, and it's thinking, hey, we could use this. But when it does this kind of thing, this is so important to note, it is drawing on the patterns that exist in software that it knows. We're talking WordPress. There's tons of information on the internet about WordPress. It knows some other systems as well. I cannot stress enough, that is the AI's knowledge base. If those systems are poorly built, and here's a hint, they are, then what the AI knows and what its instinctive reactions are to do things is oftentimes going to be faulty, or if not outright faulty, certainly not the very best way things could be done. This is where humans are still essential in software development and where humans are actually going to have to up their game. We now have to practice really good system design. I've been a proponent of system design for over 15 years. System design is God when it comes to this kind of thing. It's everything. You got to get the pathways right and new things get unlocked. Instead, the way it works is we kind of get accustomed to certain workflows and it becomes entrenched and we just sort of do things this way. Even if it's stupid or ham-fisted or things happen at the wrong times, there's all these things baked into like our knowledge base that are just bad. And so I'm often pushing back on these AIs when they make decisions about things. It's like, or recommendations, it's trying to do things a certain way. And I'm like, no, I see that's a vestige of the past or of your knowledge base, which is crappy. And, these things they're not like imbued with this magical knowledge of like, oh, you've built a better way to do this. They don't know that. You got to show them. So that's part of the job. That's part of the job now. If there's a better way, you got to train the AIs in the new way. All right, it says it's settled. It's confirmed on some stuff. Sounding good. Core dependency flag, motor site URL, login. I showed it a basic function that's in PageMotor. So yes, about the core dependency flag. Oh my gosh, you are correct. PageMotor needs to handle this natively. I have not built that into the core yet, but will soon. But this is great clarity. This is great clarity. PageMotor needs to handle the basic mechanism of a reserved URL, yoursite.com/login. If you're not logged in, it will deliver a login form. And if you are logged in, it will redirect you to an account page. That account page is going to be naked on a basic PageMotor site. But if you have a plugin that wants to use it, it will then put something there. And maybe I'll have a basic plugin in PageMotor, like put something on that page. But again, it's not going to do any, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have any function. It's inert unless it's connected to something significant like an e-commerce plugin where there's actually routing that can happen there and like stuff to show. But PageMotor needs to handle that natively. It's clear that's what needs to happen. One remaining question for pages of spawned content types. Remember, I suggested that we should have, if you create a product, then that product should potentially create its own content type if it needs to have protected content. We'll have to put a flag on that. We'll have to make it a checkbox condition. Like, does this product have that? Not every product is going to have that. I'll actually specify that here in my response. So how does the gating box get onto those pages? Okay, great. It doesn't realize that it's automatic. About the spawned content types. This is fantastic here. First, each product needs a checkbox or similar to specify whether or not it should spawn a protected content type. If the product does have a protected content type, then the gateway should be automatic. If a user without access attempts to access one of these protected pages, then they will receive a message that they can't view it. PageMotor should probably should it? So PageMotor has something called, so like if we go to, we'll go look at a page. So if we go to this page, so it's just rendering a page here. Here's the content title, here's the title, and here's the content. When we look at this in a template, we've got this thing called a page container. This is it. The page container has the stuff that's going to show like the content. And if we want that content to be protected, we would want the other stuff to show. We'd want the header and the nav and all that stuff. We'd want the footer, wherever it is down there. We'd want all that to display. We just wouldn't want this content to display if it was a locked or private content type that you would have to pay to get access to. So if PageMotor is going to have an automated way to control access to this, the page container probably needs some logic in it that can constrain it to, by user. So I'm saying the page container plugin should probably be augmented in a way that it can have protected access. But there might be a better way to do this, or to assert the protection. But at a glance, this seems like the best way to protect basic page style content. Anything that can be rendered with the page container plugin. I'm open to suggestion here, though, as there are some output use cases that wouldn't quite be covered here. I don't know if that's worth considering right now. I don't want to send this thing off on a goose chase. Whatever. That's really interesting, though. Now, it had two options here. Let's see what it suggests. I didn't even read these. The box is HTML, so the owner places the e-commerce box manually in the template. The problem with the EPM e-commerce plugin approach is that this plugin's HTML output method will be used on the account template. That's its primary function. That method will establish valet methods that can be used by extensions to augment the output of the account page. At least that's how I think about it. Man, yeah. This is very interesting. This is getting interesting. I might have to make a special provision for stuff that outputs on the account page. We'll see. The second, significantly better for UX. Let's see what it says. PM e-commerce registers default template for spawn content types automatically. Template get registered automatically whenever a new content type with a URL endpoint is registered. So the plugin won't actually have to do anything here. It's already going to happen. We'll see what it says. There's some questions there. We'll see. There's always some weird stuff in the weeds. You get far enough in there, you're going to find something that's weird. I'll be thinking about this all week. I think what's going to happen is I'll probably have one valet method and one new plugin added to PageMotor. And that plugin will govern or dictate output on the account page. And the e-commerce plugin will inject its output into the account page through that, and it won't need to be added to a template that way. And then I can consolidate it, and it will just be one plugin. So it'll be the products plugin will be back in play. Its HTML output method will be responsible for checkout forms. So the account will get handled because the existing PageMotor architecture already provisions for it. And then this plugin will just do that. So it is back to one plugin, I think, which is kind of good. I'll talk about that to the AI in a second. But fascinating stuff that's happening there. Hamburger menu shouldn't exist. I agree. I mean, I think some people are looking for those and prefer them, but I got my things with menus generally, and just the whole. I talked about it on. I talked about this on a video I did last week or 2 weeks ago, where I was basically exploring outdated patterns that are just not relevant in the age of AI. Like AIs don't need these things. If an AI is reading your website, the menu is useless. But the way we set up websites is that we can't find what we need because we try to put everything on there. So people have to fish through everything. And so, of course, we have navigation menus because people are like, gosh, I'd like a quick way to find what I need since everything else is here. And so it's like the existence of the nav menu, is real because we already had one problem. We tried to put all the information about our business on one website. So it's like we did that. That was a problem. Now we're trying to help with that problem by putting a nav menu on there. So nav menu only exists because we did a crappy job to begin with. The website of the future is a prompt with some quick links underneath it. Like, hey, you probably want to ask about this. You want, if it's a spa website, there should be a booking thing right underneath there. Like, hey, do a booking. And then the AI will say, okay, this is what they want. And then it will spawn the UI for that thing that you want right there, like in response to your prompt. That's the way it's going to work. You're going to show up. You're going to already know what you want. You're going to say, hey, I want this. And you're just going to get that. You're not going to have to see and wade through a bunch of crap that is not relevant to you. Okay, let's see what it says here. So I got to go back through. So again, I think we're back off of the two plugin architecture because of some obvious changes that I need to make to the way PageMotor works. So another thing, so like PageMotor has themes, right? So we're looking at a theme here, the basic attention theme. It comes with the home template, a page template, a search template, which is currently inert, and the 404 error template. Well, there's going to be one more for login, two more, login and account. Those will be new templates that are there, always registered on the front end. So each theme for PageMotor is going to need to accommodate these. Those are specialty pages. You're going to need a login form on the login page and an account output thing box on the account page. Well, right now we have some boxes. We have like modular content. Site title is the most specific one that currently exists in PageMotor. So I could spawn a site title, and then wherever I put this, I got an instance of it. Wherever I put this, the site title will output. I need a box like this for the login form, the front end login form, and a box similar to this for the account page. Now, the basic account page box isn't actually going to output anything, but it will set up a valet method that other plugins can use that will, gosh, that might be a required plugin extension system thing too. But anyway, it'll set up a way for plugins to populate the account page however they like. And that way, when the theme ships, it will be pre-populated like that. If a plugin comes in and says, hey, I modify the account page, well, then it's going to just work. The user's not going to have to go in and set up a template for the login, set up a template for the account page, create a new instance of the e-commerce box and drop it in there. It's all going to work because it's going to be pre-wired for the right outcome. I think that's clearly how this needs to work. And so when that's the case, I won't have to use the ecom plugin's HTML output method for the account page. That will already sort of be de facto baked in. And then I can use the ecom plugin's HTML output method for the checkout forms, which we mentioned previously. That will eliminate the need for this two-part architecture where there's the e-com and then the separate products layer. And I think now, after considering that, after going, from assumed one plugin architecture to the two plugin architecture, and now back to this, after considering the whole thing, I think that's the right approach. So this thing says, you talked about the page container, but you did identify the limitation. Okay, I don't like the use of construct. We still want the header and nav and all that to render, even if somebody doesn't have access. If you go to a page that's protected, you still want like the website to render. You want the header there, you want the nav there. You just want it to say in the middle of the page where the content would have been, hey, you don't have access to this. What this thing is proposing would make that impossible. So we're going to go with my suggestion for page container for now. The limitation is there, but we can create some instructions that will make this useful in any scenario. In other words, we can provide guardrails that will make this work for anyone. Work in any situation. Okay, good enough. Now, yeah, it's thinking too much about this. That's going to be a mess. We're definitely not doing what it's saying there. The e-commerce is HTML, owns the dashboard frame, blah, 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 blah. Okay, back to the dual modality architecture. Initially, I thought this would be one plugin. Then I decided it should be PM e-commerce and PM e-commerce products. After consideration, I'm back to one plugin, PM products. Here's why. The base PageMotor architecture needs to accommodate both login and account pages and their associated templates. It will create pathways for plugins to modify both. This is powerful because themes can precede templates with boxes that will make the HTML output render on both login and account pages without additional modification. A plugin like PM products can then come in and modify the output of that page using a new valet method or some new approach we will define soon. With this mechanism in place, a few problems are solved. Whoever implements the PM products plugin will not have to mess with templates just to get login and account dashboard working. That's great. Also, the PM products plugin will not have to use its HTML output method for the dashboard. But it can still valet methods for the PM products ecosystem to be used in the dashboard generation, which is huge. So it doesn't have to waste its HTML output method on that. And that means it can use its HTML output method for the checkout form like we discussed. Since this is the case, there is no longer a need for the extension plugin, and that helps us avoid some unseemly logic of resetting things that were set in the base model plugin. I can even think of one more adaptation that might need to be made here, such as I'm thinking on the account page, I'm going to have a base plugin in the PageMotor core that is called, PM account or something like this. An e-commerce plugin or other plugin, but for now, the e-commerce plugin will want to extend that plugin. So it will require that plugin. So PM products extends PM account. And then its HTML out, well, would that render that way? No, that wouldn't quite render that way. So that's not necessary. It's not necessary to do that. It doesn't matter. Anyway, bottom line is the provisions for all this are going to be in place soon, and this is all going to work, and we can do it with a single plugin, not two, whatever. So it says, okay, auto registrations noted. We've covered everything. Last question is, what emails does the plugin send and what triggers each one? It's proposal, purchase confirmation, triggers on success, subscription confirmation, triggers on subscription creation. I see that as the same thing. Subscription renewal receipt, triggers, failed payment, triggers, subscription cancellation, and download link email. I like all those emails. The download link email should only happen if the product has a specification for it. Products won't automatically work that way. Another thing is, what about payment reminder emails? Do Stripe and PayPal send those out X days before a subscription expires / renews? Or is that something we need to deal with? Because it would be better if we didn't have to deal with that. But some people want control over those emails and the content of those. We'll see what it says. We'll see what it says. I mean, this is a pretty big change here at the 11th hour to walk back the dual plugin modality. Alas, here we are. I appreciate everybody sticking with me through the live here. This went a lot longer than I anticipated. This is my longest planning session so far. I had one that was like an hour and a half the other day to do a new auto update system for PageMotor, which I said I was going to talk about some new PageMotor stuff. I haven't said a word. Anyway, I did that. And it took like an hour and a half of prompting before I got started with that. But I think the system that got rolled out for that's pretty good. I had to do one round of refactoring for that, but really not too bad considering what it is. I'll give you a little peek here and check for updates. So it's got, updates for the core, updates for plugins, updates for themes. Plugins will be able to define their own repository. So this is a decentralized update system. So I will cover updates for the PageMotor core and any official PageMotor add-ons. I have my own repository for that. If you are a third-party plugin developer, you will need to provide your own repository for handling those updates. PageMotor has a valet method-driven system for you to do this. It's going to be very simple. I will soon have like the documentation, like here's what you need to set up on your end to get this to work. And then your plugins come with a URL, an update server URL, and that is the address that PageMotor will look at. It will ping that to see if your plugins have updates. And then each PageMotor installation that has relevant information will pick up those updates and it will say, hey, you got an update, and it will just work. So this is going to be very easy for you to implement. It will also be pre-provisioned with license key support. So if you want to add that, there will be a gateway, a pathway for you to do so. And so that'll be really nice because, there's not really been accommodations for that. It's like you have systems that can generate license keys, but then actually checking those is a pain in the butt and actually enforcing those. So this is going to have all that stuff baked in. You'll be able, the system will deliver you. It'll say, okay, the client's called out, they want an update, and they have this license key. I will give you the code basically to implement on your end to say, okay, this license key checks out, we're good to go. So that's super solid. That's like an extra level of provisioning there that just makes sense for software. People are going to want this. So that's cool. Let's see, are we still cooking? Oh, ready to do a full spec summary review before building. So we're done here. Let's see, page container accepted, guardrails via documentation. Yeah, Ken, that'll be real solid. You'll be the first implementer for that, my test case for sure. But basically building that with you in mind. It should be really, really simple. I want you to have to define the least amount of information possible. Very straightforward implementation in terms of how you're going to set up your update server. I'm going to do something like updates.pagemotor.com. And it's basically, you'll have like one file on there that determines the logic for your updates. And then you will have a folder of protected downloads where it will just, serve them out from there. The other additional layer to that is your PageMotor site that has customer data from this, from your e-com or whatever, where your license keys are generated. You're going to need an API. And then the logic on your update file is going to call out to that API to determine whether or not this license key is valid and this person gets this file or whatever. That's how that will work. That's the only caveat, I guess. It's the extra layer that's a little bit more difficult, but it's looking pretty good. I'm not sure of a way to do it better. I asked it to suggest other ways that would be better, and it was like, this is the simplest. Anyhow, let's see. So it liked my walk back on its crazy hallucination about the page container and about gateway logic for if somebody goes to a page they're not supposed to be on, what do you do? A single plugin instead of two. It says it exposes a prerequisite that needs to be defined clearly. For PM products to inject content into the account page without owning the template or the HTML method, PageMotor core needs. Yes, correct. Correct. The PageMotor core needs some enhancement for the account page. Since we're building this plugin without that already in place, let's assume the login and redirect logic is already taken care of, as well as the logic for serving the account page. All this plugin needs for now is a method to deliver the content of the account page. Let's use account page for this for now. That'll be fine for now. We don't need to go too crazy with that. This is like finished product type stuff. The account page method should ultimately echo actual HTML. It can include valet methods extensions can use to enhance the output, this could be organized into modules or the like. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the best output modality is for now. Bottom line, the plugin needs to serve HTML that is whatever the account page is. I'm just telling it not to consider as much right now. Just give me some output for that page. Not a big deal. Email payment reminders. Neither Stripe nor PayPal sends customizable pre-renewal reminder emails by default. Stripe sends post-charge receipts and can send upcoming invoice emails, but these are Stripe branded and not controllable from your side. PayPal similarly handles its own notifications. A proper renewing in 3 days reminder from your own domain requires either a cron job or a check on next load mechanism. PageMotor currently has neither. This is a V1 deferral. This is out of scope right now. No big deal. I said I agree that the email payment reminders are out of scope for now. We'll be able to add them later. Email list, final confirm set. Oh, yeah, all that. That closes the interview. Ready to do a full spec review before building. Let's do one final spec review just to be sure. This is our last review. Then we're going to have it build. My goodness, a hard-earned victory here. But we went through quite a bit, you see. We went through some significant architectural choices. Assume one outcome, see problems, discover where PageMotor is currently not ready for this quite yet. It's close. It's not going to take long for me to add the stuff it needs, but I see now the exact components that were needed. I've known about this for months. I didn't know precisely what it would need, but by going through this process today, I now have total clarity on exactly the components PageMotor is going to need. I have a good sense what they're going to look like and how they're going to need to work. And I see how this thing can now be pieced together. This multi-component system, can work harmoniously and be exactly what we need. It can be exactly right. It can be extensible. It's going to be good. That right there is worth a ton to me. I had left that open-ended because I'm like, I know that, how does a PageMotor theme or a website that doesn't have any account functionality come pre-equipped with this stuff? Like what's the right answer there? How to treat that? Users are going to need a way to log in. The login thing is like a part of the system. So that definitely needs to be in there. And then if a user logs in and they have admin access, they'll get redirected to the admin. But if a user only has front-end access, they get redirected to some portal. That portal is called the account page. But what goes on the account page? If you have nothing to offer and the user gets nothing by logging in, well, that account page, nothing shows there. But that is a provisioned location where a plugin that does have account page functionality can put what it needs or what it wants to define as the contents of the account page. There's more to this. PageMotor is going to have a different way to do content creation. And I imagine that account page will be its own content type. And you'll be able to go in and like build that page in like page builder style at some point. But that's going to be fascinating the way that works with this plugin, or the way this plugin works with that. So that's down the road. That's going to happen. There's some more there. The account page is a big deal, and it goes beyond questions of just this e-commerce plugin. It's kind of a larger thing. People log into your website. What happens? That's something we've never really answered. We've never like looked at that concretely and said like, this is a core website function. How do we handle it? What's the best way to have this system set up? Anyhow, the final spec review is up. Let's check it out really quickly. PM products, class names right. Boom, 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 boom. Here's what it does. It's got these constants. Those are automatically defined by the system. It's a single plugin. Okay, I'm just going through. It suggested two constants based on the class name of the plugin, set up by PageMotor. So there is no need. So these constants are already set up by PageMotor. They're set up for every plugin that gets activated within the system. PM products and PM products URL are going to be available when you need them. All right. So back up to the top, it says some prerequisites. These must exist before the plugin is fully functional. They're not built by the plugin. The login page, the account stuff, and the page container augmentation that enables access. Like, yes, you can see this page. No, you cannot. That's exactly right. I love that. I'm going to have this thing build a document with this full functional spec before we move on. That's a great idea. And that's something I haven't done enough of during this demo, is have, when you are about to build, or as soon as you build a layer of whatever it is you're building, absolutely have it produce documentation for how to use it at that time. And maybe also, if you like, sort of a developer's log for that. It can show what was done. You can review that at any time. I think that is a smart way to proceed. And it's a document that you can have Claude refer to. You might say, oh, look back at the notes that we did here. You'll know, how you need to proceed. It's just a useful thing. It is a good practice to get into, and it's not that expensive. So content types. That the dynamic, the basic product content type, the dynamically spawned content types that we kind of work through. Transactions, subscriptions, the content options, the pricing and all that. We talked about that. That looks good. Plugin settings, a Stripe key, PayPal key, environment toggle. I'm going to add a UI feature, like for tabbing interfaces for more complex interfaces. There's stuff like that kind of built, but I'm going to make it a little bit easier within the context of the PageMotor options array format. This is just developer-y stuff, but it makes it easier to generate fancier admin pages that work, the way we want them to work. But all this stuff looks good. SMTP stuff. I don't know if it really needs that. I'm going to say SMTP details will be entered into a different plugin that is eventually part of PageMotor core. This plugin will not need to define those details or get that information from the user. So we can cut that out of the implementation. That'll save us some tokens and get rid of stuff we don't need. It was going to have the SMTP login details and all that stuff there. We won't need that there. PageMotor will have a core plugin for setting up your SMTP connection and all that. So it will not need to be repeated here. Instance options, product drop-down selector determines which product the checkout box displays. Priority order, shortcode ID per instance option selection, auto detect from page context. I don't know what that is. I'll have it build it and strip it out if we don't like it. HTML, checkout form states. Okay, that we went over all that. The checkout flow, great. We'll assume that's fine. Account page, it's got different sections. Whatever. We'll see what it does there. I'm open to suggestion for that because we don't really have a good clear picture of what that's going to look like, how that's going to work. Product construct is no longer necessary. No, we'll leave that because that's a provision for later. All right, we'll leave that. That's fine. That's fine. That's for the extension system. That might be useful later. I don't want to kill that right now. That's the secondary constructor for things that extend the base PM products plugin. Access model, got that. Subscription management, suspension, we talked about that. Refunds, webhook endpoint, download system, all that was good. Customer data, database data, product card shortcode, email events. for the short code, let's just do products instead of PM products card. I am aware of naming conflict potential, but don't care because this is the canonical product plugin for PageMotor. Great. Getting close here. Email events, we covered that, but we're deferring that because we don't have the total functionality yet. Valet method summary. Account page, HTML options, going to need some of that. So it's showing what it's going to use. I'm not sure preload is the right place to handle webhook endpoint stuff, but we can figure out precisely what needs to happen. Let me search PageMotor real quick. Let's see where endpoint is, because I built something in for this. I don't even remember doing it though. It's been a while. Yeah. PageMotor already enables URL endpoints to be added. See lib page.php. So I'm thinking using that might be the right approach instead. Though looking at the code, I'm not sure this was fully implemented and thus may not be usable for our purposes at this time. If that's the case, then construct or preload is probably the best we can do for now. The best we can do for now. All right, there it is. I sent it. We're good to go. It's ripping through some stuff. So I think it's going to be building the plugin. I am going to go to the bathroom real quick again, and we're going to have something very soon. We refined the heck out of this spec. I think it looks pretty good. I love the questions that it asked. It did some very fine-grained drill downs into UI states, into functionality things. It's thinking through a lot of stuff that it's just hard for a human to think through this many things in a planning phase, certainly in this condensed amount of time. You know, eventually you do hit all these things as a developer, but you never encounter them all at once. You like work on one section for a while, you get that down, you figure out all the minutia of that section, and then you move on to another one. Here we've kind of speed run the whole process and looked at all of it through this little summary, and it took a while, sure, but it's fascinating to even be able to see things with this level of scope. I suppose in some companies you could sit down and like have a big meeting and work through all this stuff like that. I have not been in any situations where anyone actually did this to this extent of a planning phase beforehand. Usually a project gets started, you get some momentum, and then you kind of go from there. But this is the new reality in the age of AI. Significant planning phases, really getting down into the details up front. You figure out how it needs to work because a lot of the processing and the compute goes into the actual production of the code. You want to make sure your spec is as good as it can be. Like I said, this is not just about the compute of the first run. This is about what happens when you have to troubleshoot and refactor. That's when you lose all your tokens. That's when you get burnt. That's the part of the process that, for me, like introduces actual pain, like the frustration and the frustration with tech and trying to solve things that are wrong and not working right. That's the biggest pain in the butt. So, yep, let's do it. It's building now. So it just did the corrections. I didn't even read them. We're going to assume it did them right. Uh, but anyway, that's the thing. So it's not just about one-shotting it. It's not just about really trying to get it right on the first attempt. It's about making sure we avoid the big pain points that now have a very clear cost associated with them, because we know what they are. We know what the pain points are. We know what we want to avoid, and we want to be assiduous in our attempt to avoid that stuff. There's going to be problems and things that need to be refined, but we want them to be simple, straightforward, if this, then this sort of calculations, and not big structural ones that require significant refactoring to the system. I think, well, I know from experience of working with PageMotor that we have enough guardrails in place. Like, it's very clear. Even the big questions we had were answered by me thinking about the way PageMotor works right now and the way it needs to be modified a little bit to be better for this situation. That is an example of really good guardrails that are in place that are going to guide this process to a much better result where we're not going to have these big refactoring problems. That's kind of the biggest thing in PageMotor from a developer's perspective is you have defined pathways for everything, so you don't have refactoring issues. Troubleshooting is super simple. Like, oh, the problem is here. Well, there's only one method for this, and I'm just giving it some data. There must be a problem with my data. Oh, there it is. So, that's the thing, and this is just amplified with AI. So anyway, back in just a bit while this thing cooks. So this thing is going to run for a while. This gives me a perfect opportunity to show you some of the new stuff in PageMotor 0.7b. I've already revealed the new Open Graph image functionality. So previously the last version shipped with Open Graph support, but it didn't have any actual Open Graph tag output. I had to build that into various plugins that are responsible for it, including the main Open Graph plugin, which serves this. But I added this, this image uploader. This is really cool. This is now a modular UI component. If you have a plugin that you want to add a content option, you need to add an image, you can use this exact modality. This is like a UI modal. You specify a new input type called I think it's image dash uploader, something like that. Maybe it's image dash upload. It's new. So using the PageMotor options array format, you previously could have a field like this is a checkbox, this is a text input, this is a select. So you would say in type of input is image dash upload, and it just gives you all this stuff. It gives you a dropper, a drag and drop thing. You can also click here to browse and add the file that way. I think in that deal, you specify where you want it to be saved inside the user's uploads folder. This is a new thing too. PageMotor, the user content folder now has an uploads folder, and this has a little system where each component can define where it's supposed to go. And so files can be really organized. So I'll go into that in just a second. This is a large plugin. It'll be written across 8 files. It'll be substantial. Let's proceed. It gave me a big outline. It's fine. Okay. So what was I saying here? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So the there's a new upload. The uploads folder is new, and so a big criticism of WordPress has been that the way that they organized or didn't organize uploads. So you'd have your file uploads folder, and it was organized by date. So and so year and month. So you go into uploads 2026 2, and there's all your uploads for February. That is so stupid. I can't see straight. The way PageMotor works is each type of upload can establish its own folder. So now the Open Graph plugin has set up a new upload location folder called OG. And so now when I go look at my server, everything in the OG directory is going to be an Open Graph image that's associated with some piece of content. That way I can see all my Open Graph stuff in one place. You can imagine like YouTube thumbnails if you wanted to organize those. You could have them all uploaded to a singular location. The products for the plugin we just built. It'll be user content /uploads/products. And then every image for products on your site is going to be in that folder. That's great. You could have cards, presentational cards. You could have all those in a folder if there's a plugin to do that, which there will be in the future. That kind of thing. So I think that method for organizing, so we got the UI component for adding stuff like images, and you could add zip files here. It doesn't have to be an image. There's a regular upload input type that you could add, and you would add it'd be a zip file or something. So we'll do that for the product plugin. We'll have that, and I'll upload like a zip file for PageMotor, for example. So you could do that. So this modality works for stuff that's not just images, PDFs, whatever, zips, you name it. So those are new. What else is new? Let me look at my notes. I got notes on notes. Here we go. I put in the skeleton of the new auto update system. So that's ready, but I need to test it and work on the extensibility. But I think it's all ready to go. I replaced the SCSS compiler. This is a big one. So I was using an ancient SCSS compiler that had some known holes and required some goofy adaptations. One of which it wouldn't render keyframes properly. If you had keyframes for animation in CSS, if you had those defined with percentage values, it just wouldn't work. The old parser would choke on them every time. So we actually had this goofy workaround where you would separate those out of your CSS, deliver those in a regular basic CSS file, and then just leave everything else in your normal SCSS compilation. Well, now none of that stuff's necessary. We also use this unholy feature of the previous parser called unquote. So anything you wanted the parser just to skip, you put in an unquote block and it would just skip it. That's no longer necessary. The new parser is running SCSS PHP, the most up-to-date PHP-based SCSS parser available on the internet. It's running the very latest version of that, so it's got support for the most new CSS features. Every now and then, new features come along that aren't supported by the thing, but I mean, pretty much everything normal that you're ever going to use is supported by this. It's great. It works with the keyframes. You don't need the unquote. I had encountered this is the thing that gave me the most headaches. And they really taught me the refactoring lessons that I've been trying to kind of convey here during the live stream. I had to go and refactor a lot of stuff with that CSS compiler. It sucked. It was super painful. It ate up all my tokens. It's the only time I've hit my token limit so far because it was looking at files over and over. The SCSS parser is a zillion files. It was trying to figure out ways around stuff and how to do things. So that absolutely stunk, but I was able to figure out a new modality for the whole system to where you can write the clean, intuitive SCSS that you want, including the SCSS variables available in PageMotor, and all that stuff just works. So you're not going to have to do anything unseemly to get it all to work. Here's the CSS variables. These will just work. You include them however you want. All that's going to be just fine. Let's see. What else do we have? That new compiler is huge though, gang. So that means you'll be able to take whatever Claude gives you for an AI generated design and import it into PageMotor. It's just going to work. No adaptations for the CSS, no things that should have worked but didn't work. It's all going to just work. There was a couple things I had to go through before in spot fix. That's all done. No more of that. I've added some documentation that can be used for skill creation. I changed. This is not something you're going to notice as a user, but if we go in here to the content editor, one of the big weaknesses in the way this was set up is that, so this is called the Tiny MCE editor. And when you have a text box like this on the page that you want to turn into an editor, you have to instance a Tiny MCE. You have to create a new instance of it. And the way I had written the JavaScript, it was not, you could only do one per page. Not great. What if you have two input fields that you want to treat this way? Well, I modularized the Tiny MCE init. So now you can have any number of Tiny MCE instances on the same UI, which creates the possibility of having this newer page builder style UI for content creation that's not reliant on a single content input box. So that's paving the way for the future. But I knew that the way I had done that, I wanted to make it as extensible as possible. You should be able to initiate 2, 3, 4 Tiny MCE instances per page, however many you need. So I reworked the architecture so that that is now feasible. There's no actual change in this. Like, it doesn't seem any different for you, but the possibilities are there now that weren't there before. Code mirror. So the HTML box was a feature of the last. I'm going to switch themes here so I can exhibit this for you guys. So if we activate this theme and go in here, the HTML box is new and has this stuff. So you can edit the HTML. This is great. This is AIs use this to create web pages super quickly and in ways that you can edit. It's wonderful. But there was a weakness. If you went into the theme editor and tried to look at any of these things, you would get an ugly, unformatted box here of whatever code was in there. It'd be nice if you could have the stylized, or what do we call this? We call this like pretty printed version of this with line numbers and the code syntax highlighting and all that stuff. Well, now you have that. So if you have options conveyed to the editor here, now you can just jam on it, see what's in there. You've got the nice syntax highlighting there. I love that. That's great. Also, if you change a block name here and that block is active in the current template, it will actually change. So like I'll do this. So architecture right there, we're over here. We'll call it architecture test. And now it says architecture test over here. So that's real nice. Responsive UI across different panes. You love to see it. Anyhow, that's pretty cool. Let's see. I changed it. Like there's some stuff nobody'd ever used yet, but need to be working better. I did all that. I fixed a bunch of bugs. I had like this big punch list of bugs. So like if you created new content and you have multiple users on your site, and if you created a new page, the author would default to whatever the lowest ID number on your PageMotor installation was. And that's not great. You want it to default to whoever's currently using it and hits the create button. So now that works as expected. If you have a page date, so like this page, if you had chosen to show the modified date, so like there's a published on date and a modified on date. If you had chosen the modified on date and had an intro text such as modified, that would show even if the modified date didn't exist or show. That's unsightly, so that's been fixed. So now if there is no modified date, then the modified intro text will also not show, which is the way it's supposed to be, but that was broken in the last release. This is an interesting one. Stuff like the modular content plugin has settings, but this modular content plugin is also an instanceable box that can be deployed in blocks for templates. The settings would not appear unless you had at least one instance in your templates, which is clearly messed up. So I changed the architecture so that even if you have an instanceable plugin that has settings, the settings will still appear even if no instances of that plugin exist yet within templates. So that's quite nice. Just a little fix there. I'm actually surprised I even noticed that. Extending PageMotor and like deploying the actual PageMotor website revealed that error to me. I don't know if I'd have noticed it without it. Oh, also, if a plugin like that has a shortcode, the shortcode wouldn't work unless an instance was deployed. That is also fixed by the same fix. Let's see here. Copy template behavior worked before, but was broken in the UI. That's now fixed. There's a new valet method for plugins called CSS site-wide. That is good. So if you, one example of where this might be necessary is if you're using Typekit, Typekit's preferred recommendation or preferred implementation now, it used to be a JavaScript file in the head of the document. Now it's a CSS file in the head of the document. And you would probably, if you're using a Typekit font, you would want a plugin to do that. You'd want to add a plugin to your PageMotor site to do that, but it had no way to deploy CSS to every page of your site unless that plugin was also an instance of that plugin was included in every template. That's no bueno. We'd like to not have to worry about that. Now you can add a plugin to your site that adds Typekit CSS information. And if it has the CSS site-wide method, it's just going to add it on every page of your site, no questions asked. So that's always going to be there. That is a one-shot implementation. I like that because you don't have to do anything extra. You just put it on your site and it just works like you expect. So that's pretty nice. Yeah, the file upload system has been standardized. Components specify upload folder locations for enhanced organization. All URLs are stored in relative format. This is actually important. URLs are stored in relative URL format, which means that if you ever move your PageMotor site to a new directory or to a new domain, you do not have to go through the database and perform this hideous find and replace on all instances of your domain appearing in the database. Like, it's a big one in WordPress. All these assets, all your images, all this stuff gets saved with like yoursite.com/whatever. All those URLs should be saved in relative format. So in PageMotor, they're saved just as /user-content/upload/whatever. That means no going back through the database with these touchy find replace things that can really just give you an opportunity to blow up your site on accident. So that's another failure of the design of the WordPress system, which I'm correcting in PageMotor. We want to get the details right. Like I said, the Open Graph stuff fully implemented in PageMotor 0.7.b or 0.7b. You will have total Open Graph tag implementation. Your site's pages will be ready for sharing on socials. They're going to look great. You're going to have everything you need. That comes on the heels of all the schema JSON LD data in the document head. That's for technical SEO. You're going to have all that stuff too. So now you got the full suite. You got the socials. You got the SEO. You are ready to rock. PageMotor is totally battle ready in that sense. Then it's just up to you to extend the schema data with whatever else you want. I'm going to be adding stuff to that as well in the future. Yeah, so the new input types are upload and image upload. They've been added to the PageMotor options array format, which we call the POAF. There's the new required plugin dependency system, which I've talked about with Ken. I talked about it in the live stream today about building that 2 plugin modality for the ecom architecture, which we ended up punting on. I added Prose Mirror for versioning changes. Oh, I made it so that you can instance. So like because of this, because I wanted to have you be able to have pretty printed HTML in the HTML box when viewing it here. To do that, I had to make it so that it could be instanced. So you can have any number of pretty printed HTML boxes on the same page. I implemented that the right way. That's what I ended up doing with the tiny MCE editor, making it so you could have multiple instances on the same page. Basically, I just built it the right way. So now that's nice. And I guess that's that for now. That's all you need to see because we got an update about this. Do I want to create it? Yes, allow all edits. My goodness. That just happened, so it's not like we wasted a bunch of time. Is there anything else? Is there anything else with the PageMotor update? I did add docs for plugin creation. Yeah. So I massively enhanced the documentation for plugin creation. I built this stepwise process that's going to be really easy to feed into Claude or ChatGPT to create new skills or new custom GPTs. But that's looking really, really good. That's actually what I'm using for this. And what I told at the beginning of the live stream today, I pointed Claude Code to the new docs and said, you start at plugins.md and it will reference all the other files you need for perfect plugin creation. I used AI. I used Claude Code actually to help me write those because I had written the skeleton for it. But I was like, man, this is going to be a lot of work. So I had Claude Code do it and reviewed all that work. It did a pretty good job. I was super satisfied with that. That's actually what got me into Claude Code. That's how I eased in, was to create the documentation that would be necessary to create plugins with extreme precision. And also, so Claude Code would know what tools and stuff it has available to it at all times, so it can totally make the right decision and always use existing PageMotor architecture to build things rather than trying to come up with new conventions for stuff as it goes. I don't want the AIs coming up with any conventions at all. What I have noticed is that comparatively, I'm a master thinker when it comes to implementing systems and conventions, and AI stinks at this. Whenever AI doesn't think that there's an existing system it can use, it just, oh, I've seen it like this, so I'll do it like this. Oh, but it maybe could be done like this, so this time I'll do it like that. Like, it is not a consistent principled operator in that sense. And so I've gone out of my way to ensure that there are guardrails everywhere. I want to make sure it is super principled and consistent when operating in a PageMotor context. But I guess, I went through all that stuff with the new release. It doesn't sound like that much, but I made a lot of little structural changes that needed to happen that were painful. Like reworking the tiny MCE init to be done the right way was not pretty. But doing it with AI, with Claude Code, was not that bad. Implementing the new SCSS parser was a freaking nightmare. I've been putting this off for like 8 years, guys. I knew it needed to happen, and I was like, oh, no way I'm messing with that. It's not looking good. But I was able to do that in just a few days. It was frustrating, but it's over. I came to a resolution that worked and wasn't producing any errors in the error logs. I'm happy with that. And also, it's going to work with, if your code is nice. It's like the stuff that the AI is going to dump into your PageMotor site. That's all going to just work. That's beautiful. The documentation was a lot of work, but I had Claude Code do it. It wasn't that bad. Doing the UI uploader, making that like a reusable modular UI component that any plugin can come along and say, oh, I need this type of option here. It's deployable on any UI page. So nice. The way that that's set up. So like added a new system to PageMotor there that's going to be extensible. That's beautiful. Just getting everything ready for the next generation of refinements and edits to PageMotor so that, all these things that you think can be reused everywhere actually are reusable everywhere. And that opens up possibilities for better UIs, just everything. So good. But it has been absolutely fantastic figuring out an operating state with Claude Code where I can actually, proceed with confidence. I'd mentioned to Ken, I don't know if this was, I couldn't find the messaging. I don't know if it was private on the forums or if it was just in some thread. There's a billion threads on there now. But I said, like, I didn't give Claude Code access to the PageMotor repo. I was like too scared to have it work on the actual files. So for like a week and a half, I would have it propose changes in its own directory, and then I'd move them over one by one to make sure they were okay. But after about like 9 days of that, I gave it access to the repo straight up. I'm like, just work on the core PageMotor files. It works for my workflow better because I know that we've reached an operating point where like it's very clear. Like I got cause and effect well defined. I can always check its work. And, I'm comfortable with the operating state. Like I know that I'm going to review the outputs. I watch it like a hawk. It's still done a bunch of things that I had to tear out and like, wag my finger at it, say, yeah, no, you don't do this. Scold it like a bad dog. But, it's not too bad. And it's certainly worth it. That trade-off is certainly worth the price of admission. I said on X the other day, I'm a vibe coder now. Like, I hate to say it. Here we are. I'm definitely a vibe coder now, but with the caveat that I'm only a framework vibe coder, never a naked vibe coder. I think doing it naked is crazy, super crazy. You got to have a framework. That's the only way you can establish guardrails and have that thing follow conventions and principles and standards. As far as I'm concerned, you can't have enough of these. Like, you need your system so well defined from every angle that this thing can't help but put out the right answer or do it in the right way. So because of all that, and because I know how good the plugin documentation is that we're now working with, I expect this to be pretty good. Okay, here we go. We got it. We got answers. We have got answers. It gives me some steps after activation. So here's the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's see let's see where it put it. It put it in projects.PageMotor. All right, we're ready. This is good. Projects, PageMotor, pmproducts.zip. I'm gonna put it on my desktop. And no, I'm gonna stick it right in the interface here. We're gonna upload a new plugin using the fancy new uploader. And let's see what happens when we activate it. Are we gonna get an error? Yes. Let's see what it was. Let's see what the error was. That's hilarious. This was gigantic. So, there's a lot of places it could have gone wrong. 62 kilobytes in the error logs. That's not great, gang. Okay. All right. I'm going to open up the PM products folder and we're going to take a look. Actually, I need to open up a different one. I need to open up this one. I need that. I got that burrito in the fridge. You can heat it up. Nope. No, I'll just do it after this. It's not a big deal. I'll survive. This is worth it. All right, here we go. I got my product folder. So it says, we're just going to go through these systematically. It's in plugin.php line 208. Let's see what goofball error this did. I'm guessing PDB. It says that doesn't exist. PDB is false. PDB install. PDB is new. PMDB. Whoa, I don't love that already. Call to a member function, get product options on false. So it's saying this was nothing. Like, that did not get instantiated properly. Oh, I bet I know why. Let's see. I bet it didn't install all the other files from that plugin, but maybe it did. We'll see. Well, it looks like it did. It just didn't like the connection to those files. So let's see why. PM products. Is that not? All right, let's do this. All right, later. So it hates that. That's crapping out. Let's see what other stuff. It's probably balking at all that. So basically, it has a library of files, and it wasn't able to incorporate that entire library of files correctly. But it's doing this in the constructor, which I said was going to be a damn problem. Like, it shouldn't need to be using the constructor, really. But I guess it needs to set up these other classes that it's doing. So I think PM products not defined. So let's see if define PM. I think I need to do this. PM products echo PM products else echo we're going to do this. I'm going to do this. Going to loop this whole thing in. Else echo constant not defined. And then that will tell us if this is a problem with the PageMotor initialization sequence, like this stuff's not happening at the right time, which hasn't been an issue before. It hasn't come up. So a little strange. But basically my goal here is not to fix all the problems with this. It's just to get it running so I can show you once, and then I can deal with these other stupid problems later. It's not worth everybody's time. But we will get it running once. Nope, and this is not the right directory. So we got to go here, projects, PageMotor, and PM products and plugin. There we go. All right, let's see what happens. So it's still not working. I'm going to kill the error logs. We'll kill that and then reload the file or reload it, and we'll see what the new clean error logs have to say. That's down to 31 kilobytes. What was happening here? It probably still the same thing. Called a member function on false, so it didn't render that. So now I have to do this. This is so annoying. Else, now we have to do write to a debug file since that didn't work. Motor tools, write PM user content. So what I do whenever I encounter something like this, I use PageMotor's native write method to write to a new file, debug.txt, in the user content directory. And we're going to say constant was not defined. And then that's easy peasy. So we're going to do that. Going to upload the plugin again. And we'll test it one more time. And I'll kill the error log again. Want a fresh one each time, so I have to scroll down for miles to figure out what's new. PM products. We're dragging plugin over. And we're ready to test. Of course, it's going to fail because we didn't change anything. All we did was add the debug. And the debugger didn't run. It didn't even get to that point. How is that possible? Well, that means it was probably defined. So we need to put something over here. We'll just do this. Constant was defined. So again, I'm going to do this little bit of error checking. I thought this was going to be easier to resolve, but I want to do this myself and not with the AI, because as soon as you start debugging like this, it goes on these wild goose chases and it'll cost you. So if it's stupid and you can figure it out, you should probably do that. So it's not writing anything. What a pain in the butt. Let's see. This is going to be 62 kilobytes because of 2 page loads. I got to get this resolved. Called a member function, get product on false. That means the object it's calling is not defined. Product options, PDB get. What line did it say? I thought it said 208. No, 212 now. If empty this PDB, return, or return an empty array. We're not going to worry about that. We'll see if we can solve it with this. I don't know why it wouldn't have been hitting the constructor though and giving me output. That part is super weird. Get spawn for, so it's another one, line 103, same deal. All right. We're going to go back to Claude. We see the pattern. This PDB is not available where it's called in valet methods. I don't see why this would be the case since it's set up in the constructor. What is happening? So we'll see if it can solve it now, because it got good direction on the problem. I'm okay with that now. Like this is going to be less of a wild goose chase. It knows that it's going to look in the valet methods. It knows that it's looking for calls to this PDB, which is an object. And that object is not available for some reason. My inclination is that it being set up here in the constructor something about that. Like, I guess the timing is not right. It doesn't seem like that would be the case, though. I don't know. PM products DB. This is not really a problem I ever usually have. Certainly in my own code I write, this never comes up, but something is up here and nothing is standing out to me. Nothing's glaring. It's included some stuff it didn't need to. It doesn't need the global motor declaration here. It's not using it. I see some issues. I modified this. It's using a global motor declaration here. Does it actually call it? Nope. So it doesn't need it there. Same thing here. So we have a few instances of stuff and things. It's not perfect. It is substantial. How big is this? 1,500 lines of code for that. It's got the PayPal stuff. It's got the Stripe stuff. It's got references to email, PayPal, and Stripe, some separate objects. It's probably modifying this file as I'm looking at it. I should probably be careful. All right. The root cause is the PM plugin base class lifecycle. It calls all the valet methods first and then calls construct. So when options, content types, and other valet methods run, construct hasn't fired yet, and this PDB is still false. Interesting. That does make sense, but why does it need that there? It's odd that it needs that there because this hasn't come up before. Oof, and it's creating a table. I don't like that. So it created new database tables for some product information, and my inclination was that it would use the augmentation layer for the content database called content options to add anything it needs. And it could have done that. It could have done that here based on what the information is. All these tables include product ID. That's all we need. That'd be the relational value. And then it could have user ID, period start, period end, and created all in there. I think that's a failed design. And I'll go back through and let it know all this stuff later, but interesting. This is a cool, I'm glad I brought this up. This is an interesting and critical architectural point. Like the plugin model probably needs to call before all that stuff happens. But then in the constructor, I guess I need an early constructor and a late constructor. I don't know. Yeah, it was never set. It's a timing issue. So let's see what it did. It did some initialization helpers. Did it call that multiple times? Like sometimes when it does a thing, I'm like, I don't agree with the way that was done. I don't like that. But, we'll see what it did in this case. 51, 73. So if it said, all right, this should work. This adaptation should work. I don't love it. I'll probably refactor that. I'm actually going to examine this to see if okay, the plugin model is probably inadequate for stuff that really wants to do aggressive things. And Ken, you've probably dealt with this if you've messed with any database stuff, but you haven't had to request a modification to the plugin model yet. So interesting there. Let's see what happens. It's still borked. Let's kill this file one more time. Interesting. So this was a larger scope than I've taken on with anything else. I'm not surprised there's problems, but a couple layers of issues here before we can get any output. But clearly, it's written a lot of code. You have an error in your SQL syntax, and this is all referencing code that I think probably shouldn't even be there. So annoying. So it's quarantined to only operate on the plugin right now. It may, it looks like it's kind of arguing with some of the stuff in PageMotor, like it might want that to change, but to ask for that. And this is my first plugin with the vibe here. So it's, it doesn't know to ask for that. It could ask for that in the future. We got to fix, let's see if it worked. Kill this log file. Let's see what happens. Thank man. Okay, we have things to look at. Sorry about all that. That was annoying. So we've got some things. We've got a test, a live or test environment. It's interesting that it decoupled that from like, okay, we're talking about Stripe. Okay, we're talking about PayPal. It doesn't matter either one. If you're testing, you want to be testing. So that's going to apply to everything. I kind of like that logic. You got stuff, you got your PayPal stuff. This ain't pretty yet. We can make that better later. I don't care at the moment. I don't love that all these fields span the full width. That's not like a considered treatment of a UI. Let's go look at the content types. It also told me a list that I'd want to do after install. I forgot about that. Let's see what that was. Looks like do we have it? Maybe we have it. Oh yeah. Settings in your Stripe and PayPal keys, webhook endpoint URL. Register this in your Stripe dashboard. I wonder if those will work. Again, this is stuff to test. Product content type. We got the content type, cancel subscription, fetch action, handle download, whatever. Okay. So this is basically what we got to look at for now. And it didn't even register the content type. Did it even attempt to? The product type. Weird. Okay. Oh, is it an admin type? That'd be freaky. It is. Wait, transactions and subscriptions are admin types. Interesting. Oh, it didn't have an environment. So it didn't specify where it should appear, so it just didn't appear at all. So it's theme admin. It's supposed to appear. Actually, we'll just say it's on the theme. When you have a content type, you need to say which side it's supposed to appear on. It's theme or admin or both. This one did not pick anything, so we got nothing. So I'll have to put that in the notes. There it is. We got a sample type already. And the content editor eats it on that. I'd like to at least get this so we can see the content options that it made, and then I'll kill the stream. But lib content 197. So let's see. The content for the content editor for the product content type is causing an error and not rendering. The specific error is here's the error. All right, so I'm going to do this, but basically wrapping it up. So what we basically did an interview and information gathering to identify the full scope of this plugin. What was actually done is a plugin file was built to those specifications. A plugin library was built because it was determined that a database file, which is dubious, and some functionality for that, an email control for like purchase confirmation, welcome email, all that stuff was a skeleton for that was baked in. A PayPal integration, 176 lines of that. A Stripe integration, 201 lines of that. And some JavaScript for account and checkout. Not really sure what's all up with that, but this is fascinating. Oh, the checkout is pretty extensive. And then we've got some SCSS that it wants to add to the SCSS compilation environment for the active theme. With that in place, like I'd like to set up a little sample product on here and at least do that to do the shortcode output for a product. That'd be kind of cool. But so it's done a lot. It's done a whole lot of integration work. So it's integrated stuff with the design. It's integrated stuff with the front end UI for the checkout page and for the account page. It created content types and also made provisions for transactions and subscriptions. It conveyed the transactions and subscriptions to the admin content types. That's not correct. It needs to be to the regular ones. It doesn't understand the distinctions I've made between admin and theme yet. It doesn't get those about PageMotor, so it made an intuitive guess of what was going on there, and it didn't do the right thing. But that's okay. So products plugin has changed here. Let's see if it works. All right. So we got a page. That's sick. The only thing we got on the edit product page is a content option, a box to do this. We've got a product image. We've got download files. Okay, I hate the download files. There are 3 of them. So I hate this. It gave me 3. I intimated that I wanted this to be add 1 file, but then you got like a plus button here to add more files. That's supposed to be Ajax. It's supposed to come back and add another field. The right way to do this is to have Ajax add another item. I can't believe you would publish this without pushback. It's just not the right way to do it. I'm kind of excoriating this thing right now, but I mean, come on, that's ridiculous. That's pathetic implementation. So ham-fisted. Protected content type. Oh, that's cool. We'll try that. So here we go. We'll make one. Also, the title field needs to display for each product. That is absent right now, so I can't name the product. We're gonna test all these in just a moment. Download link expiry in hours. Default should be no expiry. Yeah, non-expiring links. The download link expiry should only, the option should only appear if the user has checked the email download box. I'm just going to refine this UI here, and I don't like the way this is done. Okay, we'll just make those changes. That's just quick at a glance stuff. I'm not happy with that. So what I'm going to do is when this comes back, I'm going to create a simple product, give it a name, upload an image. I'm going to choose a price, and hopefully this, I mean, it failed miserably at that. It doesn't, yeah, Jesus Christ. The selection of type should reveal another field where you can enter the actual price. Right now, I have no way to enter any price at all. Like, what is happening? It did a really poor job with this, in my opinion. Like, it has a very clear pathway to implement options and to give us what we need, and it just totally sucked at that. It did a tremendous job with the interview. It's done a very poor job with this implementation. So, whatever. And the upload is interesting too because it's coming up differently. Is it coming up differently than the modular content one? Let's check that out real quick. Or not modular content, the open graph. We got the thing underneath. So why is this spaced and the other is not? UI upload zone, UI image, upload preview box. Oh, but if it's not an image, then it doesn't have it. Okay, well, that's my bad with the HTML and CSS and the other one. I'll have to figure that out. Dynamic file uploads, yep. Single files field, JS managed list. That's actually a limit of PageMotor too. I've got to make it so that there's an extensible field type, so you can just keep adding them if you want, and it'll just work with the object model. Whatever. So anyway, we achieved the objective here. We got the basic architecture built. It's like I said, it's got its tentacles in the various parts of the software that we want. We want it to support HTML output. For example, I said I wanted to have a short code that would enable me to say something like this, like product ID equals 16. And if I put that in here and then hit save, when I go to the front end, it will output a card that is my product image with the product name, something like this on the front end. So I can deliver that stuff wherever I want around the site. I can display, links to the product as desired. And I want that to be styled. So this is going to style that. It's not going to require any extra steps from me. That's beautiful. Like I said, the behaviors on the account screen and the checkout screen are going to be added by the JavaScript there. That's going to just work, presumably, since some of this other stuff didn't quite just work. We've got the settings for PayPal and Stripe, the basic stuff, which is really cool. And all that stuff's going to be ready to roll and totally integrated. So like when it works, it's going to be fairly comprehensive. Obviously, there's stuff that needs serious refinement. I've pointed out like how the it conveyed options to the admin content, which we don't want. Transaction subscription, those should be available over here. They should be plural. Transactions and subscriptions, this should be products. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But, little refinements, stuff like that, that's going to enhance the user experience. Again, we're cooking still, but what I just told it was going to be a little bit of a cooking session. But let's see what it already did. Yeah, it's supposed to be using dependent options. Oh, it did. Okay, it's got a parent defined and dependents. All right, nice. So it's figured that out. It had the information to do that the first time. I don't know why it didn't. I mean, I shouldn't have to do that much hand holding. The documentation is really good and really detailed. So it should have been able to do that. It didn't. I'm using Sonnet 4.6. Maybe Opus would have cooked a little better. In my experience, I still like Opus 4.5 the best for code-related activities. I have seen some stuff that suggests Opus 4.6 is going to surpass it. And it does look like you kind of have to train these models for a little bit and they get better and then they show their true colors. So let's see which files. I'm just going to upload the whole thing. Since we don't know, we're going to do all of this and we're going to stick it in here. And let's see what kind of changes we get. So that was a pretty big round. I typed angrily and screwed that up again. What a bum. Let's see what content types, name, URL, environment. I can't believe it didn't capture, it stripped that out. Like didn't even care. Like, what are we doing? It rolled back my change. I needed to flag anything I did as top G stuff. So here we go. Here's our product. Here's our widget. No title. Let's see. This should have been fixed. That's not. What is happening? We can add a file. That appears to be inert. I don't know. Oh, wow. I guess. Oh, I see. You can add multiples. We'll do Can I do multiples? This thing, my computer's really choking right now. No, I can't select multiple. So this sucks. It's bad. Fields core. That's not even correct. That's super annoying. In PageMotor with content types, you can specify fields. And the fields need to be something like this: an array, title, content. So we're gonna do title and content. What the heck? Well, I'll put them both in there. Man, this thing sucked. Core, where did I get that? I should be taking notes on all this stuff, but I don't, I'm ready to get off the stream here. Core is not going to be right. I don't know what that's about. I don't know where it got that. It's just total hallucination. I don't even know if that file, if the content file in PageMotor, like, does it even say core anywhere in here? No results found. Where did you even get that, bro? Where did you even get that? Absolutely incredible. All right, so we're going to rename this. We're going to call it PageMotor. And I'm going to upload a product image. It's going to be this goofy one I got right here. That looks good. We're going to say it is a invalid action for the drop a product image here. What? All right, what kind of field is this? This thing made all kinds of mistakes. I am really disappointed. It could have done so much better. Let's find our content options. Here they are. Image upload, product image, PM products. Ajax, I have to review like whether or not that's correct. Let me look at one more thing before we get off here. Let me look at the Open Graph plugin to see how that implementation was different than this one for that uploader. Super annoying. So here we go. We got this one. So we got type is image upload. We got a label. The Ajax refers to that's the routing. Okay, the Ajax routing is the plugin class name. Upload image is the method. All that other stuff looks pretty good. That should have just worked. The JavaScript is available. It didn't error. It just said invalid action. Let's go look at the upload. What was it called? Upload image method. Is that routing correct? There's not an upload image method. Dude, come on. So in the Open Graph plugin, I assume there is an upload image method. There does not appear to be, unless there's one in the basic plugin model, which there is not. What in the hell? So how would that even be handled? Huh. Well, okay. Okay, I got a lot to correct here. It's fine. We have a nice framework. All right. We have a nice framework for all the options we're going to need for this PageMotor product plugin. The structure is in place. I've got to massage what this thing did. It made way too many mistakes. So I'm going to have to go through and kind of make corrections. But like I said, we got a few thousand lines of code. We got the connections to PayPal and Stripe. We've got the bones in place. I've got some other stuff I need to get in the right places. I am disappointed with the lack of precision in the output. I think that's probably an artifact of the model. It could be an artifact of the session, going through that long interview and crunching a bunch of data. And then we got to the code and it was kind of bad. I've had to produce code for a couple of weeks and everything I did was better than this in terms of precision. So I'm not really sure why, why it stunk here, but it definitely stinks. It definitely stinks. So anyway, I'm a little disappointed that I couldn't get, like, why is the image preview not working? It works for the open graph. Like, that makes me want to go over here and test the open graph one on another plugin and see, like, well, what's the problem? We'll put this guy in there. Like, does this work? Yeah, that works. Why doesn't this work? Like, it should have been just like that. So anyway, I'm going to figure all that stuff out. But there it is. That's the basic deal. The important takeaway here is the process. And then, the truth is, results are still going to be messy. Results are still a little bit messy. You've got to be on this stuff like a hawk if you're going to get, really tight answers. But the issue here is this thing screwed up stuff that's procedural and that is covered by documentation, which is totally unacceptable. So, I don't have a good answer for that other than to say that I probably needed a stronger reasoning model. And I also have not built skills into my Claude code yet. I've got documentation that's the basis for skills, but I had not given it specific skills. And so what I'm probably going to do is to develop skills for some of the granular activities that this thing undertakes. One of which is this construction of a PageMotor options array format. That's something like this. It defines an option named image. It says what type of option it is, and it gives some other parameters that it accepts for this type of option, all that kind of thing. I've got great documentation for this, but I can see that I also need a skill for the AIs to say, hey, if you're going to create a PageMotor options array, here's the process you need to follow. Here's the rules you need to abide by. Here's the stuff you need to check and make sure you did. I can already see like 3 or 4 things. I'm like, oh yeah, it probably needs checks and balances of that nature. So this is the next steps for me. And I mentioned earlier, and I want to reiterate how true this is and how important this is. Everything in life now comes down to documentation and processes. Everything. Just as important as me going through that interview process, just as important as me having PageMotor with all these guardrails in place so the AI can actually do its job correctly, just as important as all that is having the procedural documentation in place, the skills, necessary to make this thing actually run smoothly. Like I got all the pieces in place, but I still need that overseer layer, which is the skill that says, okay, here's what you got to do. And oh, by the way, here's all the gotchas, all the things you need to look for, because then the AI, when it develops the skill for this, it'll say, okay, here's the process. Now, once the process is done, let's review it and look for the gotchas. So it'll probably like loop the process a couple times then for a refinement. And that's what you want. You want that happening up front. Anyway, you want it already baked into the process. So anyway, that is my takeaway from this. I already know that I need even better documentation, specifically in the form of skills and on like project management style skills. And this underscores the need for that. Obviously, there's some UI stuff that could be better here with the I don't love the way this is carried out, where it's like one big content thing or one big content options box. Like, that's not great. It should be like, a totally custom fit UI page here to manage this content type. And that's okay. I'll build something like that in a PageMotor here. But regardless, this has exposed, the edges of PageMotor where it stands right now. But it also reveals that deep integration is possible in one shot. And like I said, the pieces are in place for the CSS, for the JavaScript, for the basic functionality of the plugin. I just got to get some of the details with the code right. It's going to look a lot better. It's going to work. But there it is. So you have your process from start to finish. And you also see, there's no sugarcoating here. I'm not showing you, there's some magic, but also there's some, some ugly, rough edges. And this is the nature of the beast right now. But, this is what we're working with. And this gives me a nice basis to go in and refine the tools that we're working with from here on out. So the next time I do a demo like this, it's probably not going to be as ambitious, but the results will be tighter because I'll already have a couple of these skills added to my Claude code that says, hey, when you do this, you need to make sure you do these things also. So anyway, thanks for sticking with me today. This thing took forever, much longer than I anticipated. I got to eat lunch. I'm 3 hours late on that. But I will see you guys in the PageMotor beta forums. If you want to check out the PageMotor beta, and I encourage you to do that, it's pagemotor.com/beta. And there you go. Maybe I'll see you in the PageMotor beta forums. If you're already a beta member, which I think every commenter here already is, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for sticking along. And PageMotor 0.7 beta drops this week. Got to refine a couple things, then we're ready to go. All right, gang. See you. Thanks for sticking around. Later, guys.